Hello, everyone. Welcome back to Dark Heresy. Last time, Orban had found and stormed a Tau ship. Narcie gained a permanent point of anal looseness, and insanity, because...
And corruption.
Yep. Having sex with a Xeno is heretical. It does actually give you corruption points. I'm just disappointed the insanity threshold you went over was only a temporary trauma, not a permanent one. Can just actually mind break Narcie with dick.
Eventually, you'll get your chance. Eventually. You think I'm gonna stop here? Actually, just stop here. I got the XP now. I'm not sure what use these dicks have anymore. Besides the practical use.
Yes. And if you convince Eloa to go more heretical so she can fiddle with your genetic code to make it so you are compatible and have Tau human babies, that's more XP.
That's a lot of heresy.
Eloa, I hope you bisect me with a minigun if I ever go to that point.
Even Juno would probably space lock you.
No, I want to see where this goes.
Stop. This is too much. This is too far. I'll never be able to shake this shame. I'll be forever known as the one that sucked dick in the 40k game. Amongst a group of people that fucking write smut for a living, I'm the only one who sucked the dick.
I'm fight sexual. I'm already getting what I want out of this.
Yeah, but you're not fucking the Xenos in that regard. You're fucking him in the approved manner. With your sword.
Hey, Merzendi.
Hello?
Did I ever end up doing that chemist roll?
No, you did not.
Okay. I'll wait until we're done starting.
Thank you. Because, yes. Other than that, well, of course, to get to a point that Narcie could suck dick for XP, the warband did actually have to take some Xeno alive. And they did. Successfully. They killed enough of them that the Tau suffered a complete morale break, but rather than just immediately surrendering, decided to kill themselves and the warband with them. However, Juno, with her silver tongue and quick wits, was able to get onto the Tau. Well, yeah, was just able to respond to the Tau, get a dialogue going with their commander, and get him to deactivate the self-destruct. Had a nice ship full, well, about 1/3 full after Amy and Renault were finished, of Tau. And you have set up a scheme, a little plan to get them to meet up with their commander on the planet and evacuate. Because, well, they've totally lost here, really. Should withdraw and leave. And as we all know, lightspeed tracking is impossible. Totally. It's not like your navigator is quite adept at it or anything.
They don't need to know that.
Yeah. You had made your way back to the planet, got the warband back together. Got the news that Eloa has successfully infiltrated the Tau BattleNet. She can now listen in to their plans, at least the ones that they add to their BattleNet, which is quite a lot of them, to be fair. Indeed, a majority, really. And we had left off with the Tau finally making a decision and agreeing to meet with Juno for negotiations. However, the actual arrangement of that meeting will take a bit, and then it'll be a couple more days before that happens. So, you still have some time before then. Well, guys, what do?
Well. Oh, this dreaded silence.
Yeah, what are we
Look,
doing?
I'm just giving other people a chance to speak.
Okay, I guess I'll just go ahead and say it. Hey guys, remember when I said for shits and giggles, what if I made an actual PowerPoint after sucking all that dick? Because Narcie has been making in-character PowerPoint, but never actually shown anything. Well, I made an actual 35-page PowerPoint about the but Tau ships, because this is the thing that the sector is gonna be facing, because we're getting invaded by them.
Reading over it now.
I made that conscious, retarded decision. And I was fully planning as I was making this, and bear in mind I was perfectly sober at the time, that I would give this presentation in character to Felix and to any other representatives of the Navy, because this is information they should really have on their hands, and as the de facto authority on Xenos, because, we are all the Xenos, we're probably the only one who's authorized to crack open these files.
Are we Order Xenos? We have to keep asking ourselves that.
Look, I have the paperwork that proves I am.
It's good enough for me.
I also have the paperwork that proves I am a bunch of other things.
Oh my god, it's in binary too.
There was some binary shitpost for the tech adepts here, which is just Narcie voicing her frustrations in a subtle way the squishes won't be able to pick up on. And QR codes, because Narcie needs to shitpost but also look professional. And of course, most of the cards are animated, so the text fades in and out. And the different slides appear in different ways. But there were a few problems when I was making this in real life. See, I don't actually have a copy of PowerPoint, not a physical one. So I used the web version. And around the page 20, it kind of broke and wouldn't let me add anything else. So from that point onwards, I had to take the entire thing and rework it using Google Slides, which were running much smoother and weren't crashing on me. So you can see a little bit of glitching, a little bit of artifacting, the Order Xenos symbol changing with the Order Hereticus for that one slide where it decided to change over and say fuck PowerPoint. But despite its hacky nature, it is just a technical readout. Okay, the first part is the story of Tau, as the Imperials know it. But the second bit is just a technical readout of Battlefield Gothic and its various statistics you'd see for Tau ships.
Look, I know nobody asked for this, but this man even included QR codes. Could we give him something?
I mean, So, Snippy, you said you were intending on actually giving it in character. Have you changed your mind about that?
Oh no, I haven't. I put all this effort in, and I'll fucking do it.
I'll listen.
It will be fucking
To 10
retarded,
fate
awkward
points.
as shit, and I'll have you guys sitting on the sidelines for like an hour or so. But now that I went through the process of fucking making this, might as well. It's about time we had a proper briefing on these bastards. Catch everyone up, get everyone on the same page. Because something tells me most of the people here, or most of the people in the Navy in general, that have to fight this town, don't even have a Forbidden Lord ticket. They have to get a lot of censored information or second-hand information that isn't entirely reliable. It's about time we gave them some hard facts.
I mean, to be fair, they've also been fighting these Tau for years, and we just got here.
Yeah, they have been. How much of this shit is actually declassified and the Imperium isn't being retarded about it?
I mean, also, to be fair, they lost at least a third of the sector, so...
I just like to forget the fact that we were lost in the warp for like 2 to 4 years. Just like to push that aside. Because there is a bit of a fucking whoopsie, there's a bit of a big fuck up. That I actually have blocked both in and out of character of my mind. I just don't want to think about it. But it had some hilarious consequences. Like the person that was trying to arrest us this whole time couldn't physically find us.
That was the funniest shit I ever saw.
Oh yes, but it's also kind of scary because it is entirely possible that we didn't get lost in the warp. We went for mere adventures in the Grail Tark and came back as heretics.
Yeah, I mean, that's okay. Then Mary would have just eaten her.
I mean, we know that, but does he know that? The Inquisitor has every reason to be suspicious. Then again, how suspicious can he be when we're capturing Tau ships left, right, and fucking center?
Very, apparently.
Yeah, you are demonstrating capabilities above those that an ordinary human should possess. Therefore, you are probably heretics.
Yeah, we all turned to chaos when they weren't looking, and we're using our newfound powers to fight the Xenos, clearly. But just because I turned to chaos doesn't mean everyone on the ship did. I mean, what?
You know, maybe I should give the Flame Falcons more credit. But I beat one of the Marines that didn't immediately turn around and go, "What? A woman better at swordplay than us? Heresy!"
I mean, to be fair, their chapter master is also a demon, so Lamau.
Hey,
your boss is also a demon, so it'll kind of
Please
work
don't
out.
show up the Astartes. It's bad for morale. Oh, that would be so bad for morale. Holy shit.
but yeah, I got nothing to do. I'll listen to the PowerPoint presentation.
Perfect. We got plenty of time. I could get it out of the way right now.
Okay, well, I guess I'll go get Felix and his general staff, and let's convene a briefing.
Ah.
Yeah, you can gather everyone up together.
The big question is, do I stream this through Discord? Or do we just all open the docs and just scroll through the pages as Narcia commands?
Would probably be easier to do it as a Discord screen share.
Perfect. Let me get started on that and close all my other tabs.
Except for Savin, who has to stream it. Who has to do it through that.
Actually, yeah, I think it would be easier if we just did it through Savin, because then you wouldn't have my grainy-ass internet.
It's true, you could all just watch the stream.
Exactly! I'm just gonna grab Juno, give her the remote, And she will be instructed when she is supposed to change slides, so she can be included.
Yay! Because otherwise she was just gonna not show up.
Yeah, because she's blind.
I mean, she can just listen. She's
Yeah, exactly. She could listen through the phone while she's doing something else. Now she has to be here
that
too.
is fair, actually. That is actually fair.
Fucking bring up the damn stream. I'm glad to see everyone is here with us today. Ladies, gentlemen, this presentation was something I had made quite a while ago. But unfortunately, due to warp interference, I was not able to give you all this briefing in time. Now, this might seem quite superfluous and unnecessary to most of you, but Imperial protocol dictates that since I penciled in on our records that this meeting and this briefing would happen, it kinda has to happen. Besides, we might all learn something useful. You guys have been fighting the Tau for a while, right?
I can count the 2 times, I think.
I mean, we've been lost in the warp. We have been facing with their more subtle actions for a while, but active Tau fighting, how many years have we been at it?
Technically, I fought the Tau 4 years ago, so I think I have seniority here.
You do, but how many Tau ships have you fought all those years ago?
1 then and 2 now.
So, let's go through the presentation, because you all know about the Tau, but they still have a lot of surprises that we and the Imperium at large have not picked up on yet. Push the button, Juno. Next slide. Now, the thing is that we were all expecting. Well, I wasn't expecting actually, was a little history on the Tau, with useful hyperlinks on the ship's lexicon that I went into a lot of trouble of constructing, decrypting, and compiling in a manner that would be easily digestible for most of our senior crew. However, I got lost in the fucking warp. So all of that work I did on Tau history doesn't really seem necessary now, since they already blew that casket and we've been fighting them for a while. You know what? Anyone here that is not familiar with Tau and their history, raise their hands.
The majority of the naval officers raise their hands.
Wow, so we're not skipping this bit after all. Very well. So, as you all know, the Tau are fairly new on our scopes. The Empire has not been dealing with them for too long. They come from the eastern fringe of the Ultima Segmentum, you know, where the Ultramarines originate from. And they are quite the sneaky little buggers. Founded by their Psyker caste, also known as the Ethereals, also known as Aun in their language. The Ethereals are the ruling caste of the Tau Empire, and the main propagators of their so-called greater good. This so-called greater good has managed to get additional abominable xenoraces from that neck of the woods with them, like Roots, Vespid, and many others that we haven't really seen much of. They like to keep to themselves. Just the Crude and Vespid happen to not have the good sense to keep to themselves and fuck with us more regularly than the rest of them. Now, the Tau are fairly small, but as you can all see, they have proven a substantial threat to our Imperium. And hopefully, with these next few slides, I will be able to brief you and let you know all there is to know about these fucking blueberries. Next slide, Juno. Now, the exact date of the founding of the Tau Empire kind of escaped us. However, we had met Tau way back in the fucking day. Now, to make a very long story short, during the 35th millennium, an Adeptus Mechanicus Explorator fleet called Land's Vision had discovered the Tau homeworld. And while their population was still in the fucking Stone Age, chucking spears and hitting each other over the head with rocks, they made the logical conclusion that these were pretty intelligent and dangerous, so they would be put on a list, their entire planet would have been exterminated, cleansed, and the humans would have moved in because it was a perfectly nice and habitable planet. But our archenemy, as they so usually do, which is the fucking warp itself, shut out a massive warp storm that concealed this planet for 6,000 years. Now, as you can imagine, as patient, diligent, and efficient as the Adeptus Mechanicus are, they can't exactly camp outside a planet for 6,000 years until they get a good shot to wipe out those Xenos. So we just put them aside and moved on. Next slide, please. Now, for some godforsaken reason, during that lovely 6,000 years that the Tau were shielded from any outside threats, they managed to make a lot of impressive technological advancements. They invented gunpowder, started shooting each other, and caused something known as the Mont-Au. The Terror, or Death Age, as it translates to our language. It's, imagine kind of like humanity's Age of Strife, but the Psychers were less destructive because, I'm not sure if you're aware, the Tau are not a very psychically active race. And since their Psychers are so weak and pathetic, they didn't have the destructive effects our Age of Strife did. So, while they were busy shooting each other, you know how we were shooting each other, how we nearly annihilated ourselves during the Age of Strife, and then our glorious overlord, the Emperor of Mankind, came, gave us a slap in the ass, and got us all straight and narrow down the right path to reclaim our birthright, which was, of course, the galaxy. Yeah, something kind of similar happened to them. But instead of having one glorious golden overlord to set everyone down the right path, they had many weaker, smaller, and quite frankly pathetic ones, which were their ethereal caste.
One
Now, in their
officer
propaganda...
raises a hand.
Yes? You in the back?
Mom, why didn't one of these ethereals just kill all of the others and eat and take their power?
Excellent question! Because, as I'm sure any of your bordering troops during the debriefings would have told you, the Tau are a bunch of fucking pussies. Let me tell you what they actually write in their propaganda. By the way, don't believe any of their stories. They probably just kept fighting each other until one of them discovered thermonuclear weapons and everyone fell in line. But their books actually want you to believe the naive fucking story that the ethereals popped out of fucking nowhere, got all the warring factions along in a fucking table, made them talk to each other, and using pure words, make everyone make peace with each other, shake hands, and focus on conquering the stars. Yeah, they actually believe that crap. They believe that they managed to unify the race just by being very fucking charming talkers. Next
Juno's
slide,
gonna
please.
raise her hand.
Oh, yes, Juno?
So are you implying that the Tower, as a species or culture, all being psychically controlled by their ethereals?
As you can see on the bottom of the slide, yes. We have been studying Tau corpses for quite a while, and in one case, we were able to assassinate, with an Evasor, might I add, one of their ethereals. And our Magos Biologos have come to the conclusion that their ethereals are using a mixture of pheromones and psychic bullshittery to influence the race, lessers of the race anyways, and force their will upon them. So while, yes, it is entirely possible they got them all around the campfire to sing Kumbaya and shake hands, what is most likely is that one of the other factions just got a little bit too big and started using psychic nukes, and then everyone just fell in place.
So these psychic
you don't like
powers
that.
must last a while, because the two ships we've captured with most of their crew intact didn't have ethereals on them.
It's not just ethereals. Like, ethereals get the ball rolling, but the rest is done with education, Juno. That's how you shape the mind of a person. You get them while they're young, you put them in a school, then you
Okay.
slowly and steadily indoctrinate them
So
into your twisted
actively,
dogma.
day to day, they're not being controlled by ethereals, only to start with.
If there is an ethereal present, he certainly has influence. Not just over the Tau, but he could have influence over you, gentlemen, as I point dramatically to the room. So bear that in mind if you ever have to be in a negotiation room with them. Be extra diligent. And do not believe the lies of the alien. But yeah, for the most part, it's just their normal indoctrination. They really buy into this whole greater good bullshit. Which, by the way, you'll see changes depending on the Tao's Empire's goals. Everyone has a different fucking interpretation of what the greater good is. And almost none of those greater goods have your interest in mind. But we'll see that as we go along. Next slide, please. Here you can see a lovely picture of Tau Fire Warriors. Now, I want you to pay close attention to their kit. Oh, sorry. Previous slide, back to the Fire Warriors. I forgot. These horrific bastards have some very big shiny guns. They do a lot of damage over range. They can put out a lot of fire. Hard-hitting fire, plasma fire that penetrates armor. Hits hard, fast, and far. And they all seem to be wearing the equivalent of carapace. Oh yes, and they also have supporting server skulls with them that also have plasma guns. They seem pretty formidable, do they not? Surely. They seem more of a match than our forces. Why doesn't the Imperium give everyone a plasma gun? Why doesn't the Imperium give everyone carapace armor? Well, ladies and gentlemen, if you ever looked at battlefield statistics, Tau soldiers, Tau infantry is very small in numbers. If you were to count the amount of people we give hotshot lasguns, plasma guns, and carapace armor to, you'd see we vastly outnumber the Tau and their pansy little fire warriors. The reason why they equip the soldiers as well as they do is because they simply don't have the numbers. They simply do not have the manpower to face us. So while their equipment may beat out your average guardsman, it doesn't mean much in the long run. That's why they have to resort to subterfuge and trickery to get by. Okay, now that I got out of my system, Juno, next slide. Sorry for this whole indecision. I hadn't had any coffee lately. I've been kind of jittery. So as I was saying, over the next 1,000 years, the Tau got all together, they gathered the Inferials, they started inventing fucking space travel. And expanding aggressively. And they have been expanding over various different periods. This is periods, they like to call them the spheres of expansion. These are various phases of which the Tau Ethereals got together and said, okay, This part of the map, we'll make it ours. This part of the galaxy, we'll make it ours. Organized their fleets, reached out and just took it. And we don't know much about Tau space, but it was a hell of a lot less hostile than what humanity had to put up with. So, through sheer luck, they were able to expand pretty fast. Now, the Tau, generally, when they come across an alien race, now, make no mistake, they will expand. Whatever is there, whether it's human, whether it's Xeno, whatever it is, they will try to annex it. But they don't like to shoot first. They like to go in there and talk, send envoys, see if they can take the place they want to take with the least amount of resistance. And that's where the greater good shenanigans comes in. That's how they got the Kroot and the Vespid on their side. Then a bunch of other Xeno races that we've heard, but we've never actually encountered. Next slide, please. Because if I sat here and told you about all the different fucking Xeno races that have been recorded in Tau archives, we'd be here all day. They just... It's like lost puppies. They see them on the street and they just... can they take them in? Can I take them in? And they try to take them in. If they come in on a leash, then that's good. They can stay on the corner, eat whatever scraps their masters give them, and bite whatever invader they don't like. If not, they bring in the Fire Warriors and then just shoot everyone until they surrender. Which I portray in this slide, of course. Next slide. I'm so sorry about this. This lack of coffee is really fucking with me.
Is the Earthcast like their cult Mechanicus?
Oh yes, the casts, of course. Watercast is indeed like their Mechanicus. They make all the shiny toys. They make their laser guns. They enact fortifications. They make their ships.
There
It
are
is
farmers.
their version.
Go
ahead, Baltus.
Aren't they also their farmers and basic civilians?
Yes. They're basically their labor caste. They do all the work. They work in the factories, they work in the science facilities, they work the farms. If you have a non-competitive job, you're in the water caste.
Sorry, Mom. Are you talking about the water cast or the earth cast? Because you've been switching between the two.
Right. Excuse me, I have... At this point, Narcie is going to reach into her pack and just quickly steam herself.
God damn it.
Throw the steam in the corner of the room. Straighten her flak coat. Turn to the room, and as the steam starts kicking in, the Tau have 5 casts. First, the ethereal cast. That's where all their psychers are. Second, earth cast. They work the factories, they build fortifications, they build buildings, they work the factories. They do all the labor. All the menial work is done by the earth cast. And the earth cast, because they're so puny and weak, mostly use drones and various other automation procedures to get their job done. So they barely do any fucking work to begin with. And then there's the water cast. That's where all the thinkers are. That's where all the scientists are. They're extremely valuable. If you find anyone that has the symbol of the water cast on them, do try to capture them. Aircast. That's where the flyboys are. Whether it's a navy in atmosphere or in the void, that's their job. The rest of the military falls down to the firecast. Boots on the ground, mech suits, titans, that sort of thing. Not like they have any titans, but they might make one eventually. Anyways. Back on point, this is a map we found from data we have compiled from encrypted Tau drives. This is what Tau space looks like and where they have expanded. It's not entirely accurate. Our agents had to take a lot of creative liberties. But we're fairly certain this is what Tau Space looks like. We have their various systems named out, and the various septs and their iconography categorized and put on files.
And keep in mind, everyone, this is on the other side of the galaxy. We all know
We
what
have-
they're holding on this side.
It's a fucking mystery how they got to this fucking side, what sept they send, and what they're intending to build, but whatever it is, it's pretty fucking nefarious. When the Tau first made contact with humanity, they mostly came upon pirates, broken colonies, stranglers. They found scraps of humanity. All the parts of humanity that they managed to annex on those first few days on their so-called sphere of expansion. What was it, the third, the second? Before the Damocles Crusade, anyways. All of that was the only image of humanity they had for the longest time. The Tau didn't know who they were fucking with, which is why the Damocles Crusade happened. The Tau, despite preaching messages of peace and unity, attacked us. We didn't fucking venture into Tau space. We were minding our own business, and out of nowhere, they come and they try to take what's ours. And as you can all see, they don't plan on stopping any fucking time soon, so you better buckle up. Because anyone that has actually had access to the archives of the Damocles Crusade and has read up on what happened, you know. They're small, but they're fucking dangerous. And if the galaxy wasn't actively conspiring against us, we would have wiped them off the face of said galaxy by now. Next slide, please. Enough about their little backstory. Now we get to the nitty-gritty of it, gentlemen. We get to talk about their war fleet and quote-unquote merchant fleet. They like to make that distinction, but it barely means anything in the long run. Next slide. The Corvatra, or as they like to call it, merchant fleet, is made of older modular ships that supposedly double as, merchants and colony vessels. This is what most of the people are going to be seeing when the Tau want to be sneaky. What battle cruisers are you talking about on your orbit? This is just merchant vessels moving goods from our trade missions. One of the very first ship designs that the Tau used for trade was indeed a battle cruiser. It was a particularly shoddy one, but it was a battle cruiser. That should tell you all you need to know about their so-called merchant navy. The Tau, one of their main sticks is huge arcs of fires and long, incredibly long ranges for most of their gun batteries. They like to fly in formations where each ship can pivot its guns to cover its body on the side. Are designed in such a way that no matter which way you approach them from, they have turrets that can swivel down on you and blow you to fucking bits. And they have gotten firepower down to a fucking science. Most of them shoot further than us. They shoot in more arcs than us, but they shoot a lot less than us. Now, the problem here is, well, they do have less guns than us overall. They don't have our broadsides, or just rows upon rows of broadside cannons. And most of their older ships are not very agile. They do make up with that with incredibly dangerous auxiliaries. Their escort ships, the little frigates and the little corvettes, have full-sized railguns in most cases, which can be quite problematic. But that's on their old ships. That's on their so-called Metron fleet. What we're here to discuss about, gentlemen, is the Cor Orves, or the Corvata. Their actual military fleet. Next slide, please. Now, as you can see, I have prepared data slates and statistics for every single one of the ship designs we are made aware of. And we are made aware of quite a few, but you know what the problem is? This list, see how small it is? The Tau, as we speak, are cranking out new designs through some demented and twisted dark power that I can't even fathom. They're able to pioneer new ship designs and technology. The Imperium of Man takes several thousands of years to think up a concept, to test it, to make sure it works, and to wheel it out on wider production. These bastards, they're coming up with new ships every year. I can go over the things that we know already, but know this, gentlemen. Even if you exhaust every single ship on that list, learn it inside out, remember all the diagrams, all the fighting arcs, their cannon capabilities, their crew compositions, they'll come up with something new in 50 years or so, maybe even 30. Who knows? They could have been making they could have new designs even in 10 years. No one knows what twisted dark power drives these accursed Xenos. And that is exactly why we should fear them. It's that unpredictability that'll be our downfall, unless we take it seriously. Next slide, please. Now this, I'll skim over very quickly. The Tau don't have warp drives. They cannot traverse the warp as we do. Our warp drives, although somewhat risky to use, do allow us to travel unfathomable distances in a blink of an eye, provided no shenanigans happens along the way. Just gonna grab another syringe real quick.
Narcie.
Sorry, gonna put it back. You've all had mishaps in the warp, gentlemen, I'm sure of that. You think you want to go from point A to point B, then you end up in a fucking warp zone and lose 4 years of your goddamn life when you're in the middle of a very important investigation that could potentially save the entire sector. Oh, I've all been there. So these fuckers can't enter the warp fully as we do. So instead they skim it. It's half as fast as we travel, but completely safe because they only skim the fucking surface of the warp. They never entered, so they never have to deal with the demons. And you say, "Whoa, that's pretty cool. Why don't we do it?" I'll stop you right there. We had that tech for fucking ages. Humanity during the Dark Ages had these drives. You know why we're not using them? Because it's a technological dead end. They're quite fucking slow. They take a lot more energy than our warp drives do, and they don't cross nearly as much distance. And when you have to patrol across distances as big as ours, you need fucking speed. Next slide. Now, I'm missing a lot of fucking details about Tau weapons because when we destroy them, we usually scrap them fairly quickly, but I can give you some basics. Gravitic launchers are kind of like torpedoes, but they launch them through railguns. Very fucking scary, very fast. but they don't quite hit as hard as our torpedoes do. Still, very dangerous. Every time you see that they've launched something at you, take immediate evasive action. And pray to the Emperor that'll be enough, because those fuckers are fast. Then next up we have the Railguns. I'm sure you're familiar with how obnoxious they're to deal with. Insane fucking ranges. And a lot of damage. Then, they're ion cannons. For when you like to get close. And they're burst cannons. For when they like to get close, which is quite fucking rare. Stats are all in the hyperlinks. When you get your data pads, you can examine them at your own leisure. Next slide. I say as I get more jittery.
Are ion cannons like their lance batteries?
No, they're like huge fucking plasma machine guns. They don't have anything of the sort of the destruction and the fucking awe of a microbattery. They don't even know what a microbattery is. They don't do big, slow projectiles. They do small, fast projectiles that can send through electrical rails.
But do they have something like a lance?
One of the officers will cough slightly. Aye, an ion cannon. The technology may be different, ma'am, but when you're getting shot by them, they work just the same.
Indeed, they work just the same in the void. But microcannons happen to have more utility. As you can see, the Tau don't have any weapons that can really threaten a well-fortified planet. They don't know how to do orbital bombardment. But yes, when it comes to ship-to-ship combat, they have precision, they have speed, and they have range. This makes them very dangerous, but they don't have the volume of fire we do.
Right. But for
So remember,
tactical purposes, when we're analyzing enemy ships, railguns are macros and ions are lances, effectively.
in a sense, yes.
Okay.
Moving ahead. Shields. Tau shields are formed by shaping the gravitic field to repel incoming fire. They function kind of like void shields, but they're not really as good as ours. They take up a lot less energy, but they're not as strong as ours. Deflectors. I'm sure you all know what deflectors are. It's like a secondary shield, but directional. Shields, they're omnidirectional. Deflectors generally only face the front of the ship. And it makes them quite fucking sturdy. However, good thing about deflectors, since they don't cover the entire ship, as soon as you bring their shields down, if you happen to have either a very powerful Psyker or Teleportarium, that opens them up for a boarding action. And you know, Tau don't like being boarded. And next up is their tracking systems. Now, I'm so sure you're all aware, Tau targeting systems are very advanced, but there's a specific ship in their fleet called the Messenger that boasts a highly advanced data storage and processing facility that can... Are you familiar with where the marker light is?
Baltus raises his hand.
They have a ship with subsystems specifically dedicated to do the targeting for the ships they're paired with. Meaning, that guy sits there without a lot of guns. We ignore him because he's obviously not the biggest threat. It's a messenger ship. It barely has any weapons on it. The messenger sits there, does all the targeting processing for the rest of the ships in the fleet, sends the signals back, and they get to shoot the shit out of us. Analyze all of the Tau communication traffic they send between each other. Find where the targeting ships are, blow them out of the space. Blow them out of the sky as soon as possible. Because their default targeting systems are pretty advanced, but when coupled with this, even more dangerous. Next slide. Tau crews. Tau do not have nearly as many people as we do on board, and they do not expect to be boarded. Sure, they have a lot of drones, they have a lot of parts of the ship that are just completely autonomous, not mounted by anything or anyone. But that's both a blessing and a curse. It's a blessing when you get close enough to board them. That means your troopers will have very little to fucking worry about. They'll be able to capture the bridge fairly quickly. But because most of their ship is unmanned, most of their ship is automated, they can vent those parts of the ship to deter boarding actions quite easily. Make sure you gentlemen have some stormtroopers with you. And make sure that their void seals are tight. Next slide. And here comes the big problem that we've been facing. The outranges. They have sophisticated targeting systems that allow individual weapons to engage each designated target regardless of their relative positions. Their guns do all the work for them. And although they might be weak by combining their fire zones, they tend to chew through us pretty fucking quick, especially when facing forward. But I want you all to remember this. The Tau, in space and in land, might be fearsome from afar, they might shoot a lot, there might be a lot of blue streaks of light flying through the fucking space, but when you get close, they fucking melt. The moment you're able to turn your macro batteries at them, their puny little ships are going to be turned into scrap. It's closing that distance that is the big problem. As I'm sure you've noticed, the only time they actually get real fucking threatening is when they have their auxiliaries, their meat shields in front of them. Whether they're human traitors, or whether they're other Xeno races that managed to sway to their abominable cause. If the Nox Militarum wasn't covering from their asses, they wouldn't have gotten nearly as far as they fucking did. We sent a warning about them. We told the Inquisition the Nox were fucking dirty. We're too fucking late to deal with it. Sorry.
Yes, make no mistake, the Nox aren't just traitors, they are heretics of the highest order. They are allied with the Heretic Astartes. They must not be taken lightly.
What I wouldn't give to get one of these bastards with my bare hands. Next slide. First ship, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to present to you is the Galleth class battleship. This is one of the very first designs that the Tau ever came up with. It is around the size of a battle cruiser, and you're probably not going to see any of those outside of Tau space, as they're mostly used for holding cargo. Okay. The first thing this ship had to cut their teeth on was orcs. So as you can imagine, they didn't fare too well. But if you were ever to face a Galleth ship, which is, that means they would be pretty fucking desperate. If you, any of you, somehow managed to take the fight right back to the heart of the Tau fucking homeworlds, and you get to have the unique pleasure of blowing one of these things apart. Next slide. These are the things you'd have to worry about. Now, these numbers might not make a lot of sense when you see them here on paper, but if you punch these numbers in on your simulators and let the cogitators do the calculations for you, those numbers will make a hell of a lot more sense. As you can see, they don't have a lot of guns on them. Sure, they have the Prow Railgun battery, but they mostly rely on their escorts. You manage to deal with their escorts, and they're pretty much sitting ducks. This is the first configuration that is most prevalent amongst our forces, which is the Mark 23. Next slide. The second one is the Mark 24. As you can see here, they've done away with most of the launch bays, and they even dropped some of the gravity hook to slap on some torpedoes and additional railguns. But it's the same thing as before. All design, few guns, big, slow, merchant, quote-unquote, ship. Next slide. And the next ship we might actually face is this, the Ilfanor class cruiser. And the slide appears to have gotten slightly corrupted. Narcie is just going to take a while to examine this. So as I said, I made this before we got lost in the warp. Yeah, I think it appears that my archives might have gotten slightly corrupted. I will rectify this as soon as this presentation is done. Blasted warp. This is a final class cruiser, also designated as a fucking merchant class, both the Tau and our forces. It was the next step after the beast that was the Goliath class battleship. It was at some point supposed to become the new workhouse of the Tau Empire. Its gravitic drive able to reach just a third of normal warp speed. But, as it proved ineffective as a military vessel against the orcs that were fighting at the time, and not particularly effective as a merchant ship as no one really wanted to trade with them, it was also phased out. But, next slide. I have no idea what the Ordo Hereticus symbol was doing there. Fucking weird. The standard Kel Shan configuration, and the most common one, is much like the previous ship. Very few railguns on the Pro battery, relying on 2 Orcas. But what you might notice down there is the port and the starboard railgun battery. Yeah, they learned this time after being ravaged by the fucking orcs. And they had a couple more guns. But as you can imagine, dealing with orcs, they kinda needed more guns. Next slide, please. Oh god, these tables are all wrong. They're the wrong color.
Juno is going to perform the rite of kinetic maintenance on the projector. Bonk.
I appreciate the effort, but it appears that the file itself has gone corrupted. I'll need to purify this later.
No, it's also hanging on the next slide button.
You can see here, they took away both of those fucking hangar bays and added ion cannons. And that was not all. Later examples of the Ilfanor were produced with drastically superior hull structure because they still didn't quite know how to make hulls back then. Which went from an armor rating, which went from a toughness rating of 4, in layman terms of course, to a toughness rating of 6. This is the kind of shit you're supposed to put in a simulator. I could give you the actual math, but we'd be here all fucking night. Next slide. First cruiser, kind of a disappointment. They realized we needed more guns. This whole merchant business isn't really gonna work, especially not against the orcs. So they came up with this thing, the Narcie. Or as they call it, the Hero Cruiser.
Oh,
We first started shooting at these. Yeah, we did fight one of those. And so did our brethren during the Damocles Gulf Crusade. They are starting to learn at this point, as you can see. This is where the Tau start officially pumping out their Corvata, their military fleet. And as their first attempt at a proper military ship, it was kind of lacking. It wasn't as... They didn't have as much firepower as a lunar-class cruiser, and it wasn't as fast as a sword, but it didn't really get the job done. They got their asses handed, but it was a good attempt. Next slide, please. The good thing about this ship, well, good for the Tau, bad for us, is that this is when they started implementing their proud defectors. This is when they started really toughening up their front arc and really just making themselves a pain in the ass. While not being too fast and not being as durable as ours, that front deflector made sure that it would always be hard to face them from the front. But if you manage to get a lucky shot and deflect and destroy the deflector on the prow, and they go down as easy as anyone else.
Baltus will raise his hand, and that looks like it is slightly faster than the other models as well.
It is. See how they're progressively getting faster, putting more turrets, more armor, more shields, all of that in a quarter of a fucking millennia? Huh? Next slide.
Disgusting.
First was the Lasci standard Vashia configuration, and now we get to see the Lasci Tolku configuration. A big difference between this and the other one is the previous one had ion cannons. This one has railguns. Toss out all those iron cannons, get more railguns in here, because we need to keep as far away from these Imperials as possible, is what they realized during the Damocles Crusade. They really like to keep their distance. Next slide. Next ship here is something substantially smaller, but no less dangerous. The Kyrgath class starship, or as we have classified it, the Defender, is an escort vessel. And for a very long time, the only true escort that the military fleet had available to them. It's very slow, and then a sword frigate would just run circles around it. But the railguns make their triumphant return. Railguns and torpedoes, that's where I started finding out. More firepower. If we manage to kill the enemy before they get close to us, we might have a chance of surviving. Now, if the records are to be believed, this was indeed their first attempt at making such a ship, but I'm not buying that. They have been experimenting with military starships for years. This is just the one that we got to fight during the Damocles Crusade. Next slide, please. Look at how much power this little escort has. Prow railgun battery, prow gravitic launcher. If this thing is facing you, you're in for a world of hurt. But, as you can see, its shields, its armor, and its hull are made out of paper. You have a lance battery, blow it out of the sky before it can actually do its thing. Next slide. We have another starship, a more recent design. The Skether class starship, also known as the Messenger. Remember earlier when I was telling you they have a ship that is specifically designed to do the targeting for their other ships? This is that little bastard. It is a support ship, very little guns, barely any hull. But quite nefarious. we look at the next slide real quick, because I know you're all eager to get this over with. Oh. Hate to see that my slides are getting corrupted like this, I say as I just glare at the turns. It only has a single railgun and 2 turrets. That's all it has. And most of our forces wouldn't be firing upon this because it didn't ping as a threat. What we later figured out was that it had these incredibly powerful targeting cogitators that would just enhance the capabilities of the rest of the fleet. Remember, shoot the messenger. You kill this thing and you'll see a sharp decline in hit rates from whatever the hell they're escorting. And you may save a lot of lives by doing that. Not particularly fast, not particularly durable, so it shouldn't be hard. Next up on the list is the Orca, the Cass-L. Another gunship. Another very potent gunship with a lot of scary guns. They didn't much care about durability or speed. They just said, hey, how many railguns can we slap on this thing before it stops flying? Turns out quite a fucking lot. Now, individual gunships, because they're gunships, they're not really scary, but you're not going to be facing 1 or 2 of them. You're going to be facing 4 or 8 or 10 or 20 of them, because they have these in ample supply. Next slide. They're exactly as puny as a messenger class is, but with a lot more guns. Lance it as soon as you see it. Now the thing with Orcas is, they don't have their own warp drives, so in order for them to bring them alongside of them, they need to hook them with gravitic hooks. They need to tow them into the battlefield. So if you see a fleet that has a lot of Orcas with them, that means that that fleet sacrificed their ion cannons, maybe a couple of railguns, maybe a couple of torpedo tubes. Meaning that they're even weaker if you manage to get a broadside or 2 in. But getting that close will be a problem. Now next up on the list is my personally most hated ship of them all. The next slide has the Kroot warp sphere. This is not a Tau ship. This is a Kroot ship. Some might jokingly call it an egg. It looks like an egg if you cork your head and imbibe enough amasec. But this little egg of death, it's quite something. You know how most ships need to turn themselves to face the enemy in order to focus their firepower? It does not matter where you approach Kroot sphere from. It has equal amounts of firepower and able to direct it through all directions. And next slide, please. This thing is so frustrating. This thing is very sturdy, very hard to hit. It's full of Kroot, so boarding it is not an option because Kroot are very fucking good in melee and they love to feast on our flesh. Kroot exist merely to eat other races. Nothing else gives them more joy in the fucking world than killing and eating your corpse. It's a huge cultural thing for them, and I couldn't fathom how they ever bought into the idea of the greater good. How anyone selling the idea of a greater good could align themselves with such monsters and sleep with themselves at night. This thing turns on a dime. It does not need to change its thrusters or its heading. It can just... all of a sudden, its heading is 209, it can have a 108 or a 60. It can change heading on the drop of a fucking hat. And when it explodes, it breaks up in catastrophic ways. We've never been able to salvage one of these things intact. It's like they're made to blow up. Typically what happens is that, you see the middle of the structure there that seems particularly flimsy? Yeah, that goes up. All of the fucking power lines explode, plasma starts venting, and it breaks up to 4 big pieces that then have violent secondary explosions. So if you're close to this thing, know that it might take you with it. And if it's hovering a planet's atmosphere, you might as well write off all the ground assets. There isn't going to be much left. Next fucking slide. I get to show you just how bullshit its maneuvering potential is.
Have we encountered any Kroot in this sector yet, gentlemen?
Felix will reply. Few and far between, but I have occasionally. The enemy command has taken to deploying them to disputed agri-worlds. Their particular tactics prove quite adept there.
I see. How hard. Those poor
Now,
civilians.
yeah, they eat people. They eat us. They eat each other. They eat anything they can get their hands on. It is indeed, as Juno said, quite fucking horrifying. And what's even more horrifying is this little diagram here that I'm going to describe for Juno's sake. So you have a tau warp sphere that is accelerating 10 units ahead. It's heading straight ahead, bearing 0. Then, all of a sudden, in the span of a couple of hours, it is going like 270 degrees to the left and just continues normally along its course. Sometimes it retains its momentum and drifts ahead, but it can just jump at any direction, at any time, within the blink of a fucking eye. How are our targeting cogitators supposed to keep up with this shit? If any of you have access to psychers with divination powers, and you think it's worth the risk, use them just to take out this bastard, because you're going to have a very hard time hitting him otherwise. Next slide. Now this one I don't have any pictures on, because as you can tell, my archives were slightly corrupted, as it turns out. So we're going to be using this placeholder picture for now. This is the Il-Amar Courier class merchant transport. It's one of the smallest ship. It's their version of a gun cutter, I suppose. This is what they will use to commence their planetary invasion. This is what gets their troops from point A to point B. This, and at least for now, they might have invented something else during my absence. But last time I studied the Tau, this is the actual transport that they used to commence the planetary invasions. While they're not very common, if you see them, of course, you're going to be dodging some railguns. Next slide.
These things don't have their warp drives, correct?
No.
They're also towed like orcas?
They're small enough to be kept in bays, but yeah, they're towed. They're like gun cutters for us. But slightly bigger. Oh, wow. I have no idea what the string of numbers is and why this particular picture is here. I say as I just pinch my temple. As you can see, these little bastards are armed with a single railgun on the prow battery that can swivel both left and right. We'll just go to the next. We're going to the next slide. Fuck. This is the Ilpori Emissary class envoy ship. This one we're very familiar with because, as you can see right there, envoy. This is the one they willingly sent to speak with us. It is the first vessel that actually made me be really concerned about the Tau, because this is one of the newest designs. The fact that they made this, that watercast, to carry their little fucking dignitaries. They created an entire different type of ship, an entire different classification, an entire different design, just to carry their emissaries. That I would like to mention also doubles as a training ship, so it is entirely possible that if you ever invade their space and you find one of these ships, it's crewed by their cadets, which is entirely unlikely in this part of space, but I digress. Moving on. They made this fucking ship just so the people who are supposed to flap their gums get from point A to point B alive. Next slide. Here you can see a nice little model of the profile. Look at this little envoy ship. Why does an envoy ship need 2 railgun batteries, 2 iron cannons, and a prow gravitic launcher? Oh, geez, I wonder why. Maybe their talking doesn't involve a lot of talking. And another thing I'd like to mention is this, since it's one of their most recent designs, if you ever encounter it, it'll probably have a deflector up front. Meaning, it'll be an utter pain in the ass for you to deal with, as it'll be able to quite easily defect most of the shots we send up front. But this is what they try to sell as an emissary. This is the person who's supposed to come up, talk to you, and offer you a branch, to offer you peace. This is what Tau peace looks like. You either let us roll over you, or we kill you. Make no mistake, if their talking doesn't do the work, they're not just going to leave you alone. They're going to bring the fire warriors over. They're going to bring the water cast. They're going to bring their quote-unquote fucking emissaries that have about as much firepower as some older battleships are supposed to have. And they're going to shoot you to oblivion. These are all the ships I'm made aware of. This is the end of a presentation. And this should bring in light some very concerning trends. The Tau are crafty bastards. Cowardly, sneaky, groveling, but very, very, very dangerous bastards. They like to fight from afar, so you have to close in the distance. They like to use their haunted words to turn people to their fucking cause, but you should be well prepared for them and not believe their lies, because behind all the lies, you can see by the fucking design of their ships, they're here to kill us. They're here for war. They're here to tear apart our lovely Imperium and fucking put their own little flag over it. You know what happens to human hives when Tau fucking capture them? Anyone in the room? Anyone?
Forced resettlement for the fortunate ones, sterilization, both genital and via incineration for the less fortunate.
Exactly. And that's not just Imperial propaganda, I can tell you as an Inquisitor. Remember how all the Tau ships have very low numbers? Tau have much smaller populations than we do. In order for them to effectively and efficiently control human populations after they manage to get them to willingly surrender their arms and freedoms to them, they castrate them because they think our numbers swell too quickly. Bear in mind, they don't do it to the fucking Kroot. They don't do it to the Vespids. They do it to us.
While Narcie's saying this, Juno's just staring at Felix.
Put us in camps, castrate us, and they herd us around like little sheep. Hives are seen as too environmentally costly, too destructive in their eyes, and they're slowly torn apart. Yeah, something for you to ruminate on.
How do I exit this thing?
I'll do it for you. Give me the remote.
Thank you.
Sorry, I had prepared things for this, but I am quickly losing my composure right now, ladies and gentlemen. I'm losing my composure because some malefic warp entity took 4 years of my life away from me. And while those lives were torn from my hands as abominable Xenos were slowly invading a sector I was responsible for protecting. All that just right under my fucking nose.
You are Adeptus Mechanicus. We will live for at least a millennia. Is this meeting over?
This meeting is over. You're all dismissed. I have to purge some fucking files and make sure that the archives are purified. Thank you for your time, ladies and gentlemen.
For those less technically inclined, there are muffins outside on the table.
Yeah, muffins.
Ooh,
Juno, when, please alert me when you have time to meet in your quarters.
Okay.
Eloa will return to engineering.
Oh, good
And-
job, Narcie. That was impressive.
I'm so unbelievably angry right now. Oh, God.
Juno
You're high
gives
as
Narcie
balls.
a hug.
I will. Thank you. Thank you, Juno. I'll hug you back. Thank you so much, Juno. I'm a sorry excuse for an explicator.
It's okay. You did your best. And that was very informative.
No, I used to be able to give concise presentations. I used to be able to gather my thoughts. My head has been torn apart by orc cleavers, plasma cannons. I have accumulated so much brain damage. I'm not sure I can do the job I was able to do in the past, Juno. I'm not even able to form coherent sentences.
No, it's okay. You're recovering remarkably well.
Am
You
I?
just need time to get past this trauma you've accumulated.
My brain is in pieces. I'm hearing the voices of the dead every time I try to get some sleep.
You too, huh?
I am. What? You hear them too?
More often than I'd like.
I'm
Mostly grazed, honestly.
I'm not the same person I was back then. Before my nose was caved in by that cleaver, before my head was incinerated by that plasma cannon, I feel every year this job takes more and more away from me. Parts of my flesh, my soul, my very essence, it's all just being hacked away bit by bit, day by day.
None of us are the same as when we started this, believe me. But we are servants of the throne. We are given this position of incredible power and authority and influence. But much is demanded of us in turn.
hug you a little tighter. Thanks, Captain. This is very unprofessional of me.
It's all right, Narcie. This is
Is
very
it though?
appropriate for my friend.
I am neurotic, incoherent. I can barely get any sleep, and I can't even make a simple PowerPoint. Today was a disappointment. The file was corrupted. Even if I managed to get the presentation right, the file was corrupted.
It's not your fault. Blame
I
the
shouldn't have come to
hellspawn
the
of the
boarding
warp.
party. Maybe I should have just sat behind the desk. I shouldn't have tried to play a hero. You guys didn't need me down there.
No. Imagine if you hadn't been on the boarding party over Bane Moore. How different things could have turned out if you hadn't acted as bravely and intelligently as you had. We'd all be dead right now, and Bane Moore would be full of Casterati humans. And Kroot, probably.
Okay. Captain, I'm gonna... Thank you, Captain. I will go indulge in the muffins. Right now. I'm sure they're lovely.
You're most welcome, Narcie. If you ever need to talk, you're always welcome to drop by my quarters.
I think I will need to talk, Captain. I think my capabilities as a explicator and a master of whispers are somewhat compromised, and that's something we're gonna have to confront both with you and with Reeve.
Well,
And I'm gonna have to do this dry. No stims, no amasec, no nothing.
that would all be for the best.
Yeah, would be.
Well,
Also, I assure you, when I shot up Obscura laced with shrooms on the surface of the planet, it was absolutely necessary for me to maintain my cover.
I'm sure it was, Narcie.
Fuck.
Juno gives you a pat on the shoulder.
Right, enough of my moaning and whining and bitching, Captain. Let's actually go get some work done. I got all of my system.
Right you are.
Oh, I don't think I inject myself with stims back there, I'll be entirely honest with you. I was supposed to be stims. And I think part of it was stims. But it wasn't entirely stims, Captain.
Narcie, you really need to stop self-medicating. If you need chemicals, come to me.
It was supposed to be one of the lowest dosages you gave me, but I think I might have mixed them up with the stuff I bought from the planet.
Oh god. Okay, hold on. Juno's gonna take out a detox and jab Narcie with it.
I feel sick. I'll have to skip up the muffins.
I'll bring some to your quarters.
Yeah, thank you.
Go on. Don't die.
I'm not gonna die, I'm just gonna throw up in the corner. Give me a... It's fine, I'm keeping it in. I'll see you later, Captain.
Bye, Narcie.
Yeah, so turns out getting brain damage is bad for your health. Everyone.
Just throw up down a Jeffrey's tube.
No, I'd like to point
We'll
out
have
to
someone. We'll have a servitor clean it up.
Oh, that would upset them as sin spirits. I'm gonna throw up somewhere else. Like on a menial. Let's clean up themselves, right?
Usually, no.
Well, that's a shame. Anyways, moving on.
Someone has altogether too much flesh.
I'd like to point out to everyone, I do not know how to make PowerPoints. I've only made PowerPoints 3 times in my entire life, and that was during high school, during the last grade, during a computer science class, when we were learning how to boot up Windows and use hotkeys like Alt Control Delete.
Oh, hey, me too.
You did good enough, and you inspired my brother to do the same next time.
All right, and Snippy, partly for the sheer insanity of having actually made a comprehensive PowerPoint, and partly for just that touching roleplay with Juno there. Have a fate point.
Thank you so much, Merz. See, I explained away how such a competent, genetically engineered bureaucrat could make something this disgustingly abominable with the brain damage that Narcie has accumulated over the length of this campaign. I think it fits quite well.
And also the taint of the warp.
Yeah, that too, but there's still plenty of taint to go ahead. Also, English is not my first language, and I'm kind of struggling with that, but thank you everyone for your time. And for indulging in my absolute autism.
Eloa will send Narcia a message to tell her next time just to beam it to her in Technolingua.
I did actually make parts of it in binary, just for you and me. Just the two of us. We can make it if we try.
Once she has...
Yes, also Casa.
Once Juno has sufficiently socialized with the brass and the lupuses, the lupi, I guess it's time to go back up to the ship and talk to Eloa.
Alright. Once you ping Eloa, ships are big and engineering's pretty far away, but Eloa will enter your room. I have completed my task. And she pulls out a gilded case. It is
What?
to be orally ingested. Are you familiar with what a strawberry is?
Yes.
I managed to find the synth codes for it, so it should go down easy. This has a 100% guarantee of pregnancy.
Is that so?
Correct.
Hmm.
Although I will warn you that if there is still semen in you from the last time of your copulation, it will guarantee if you were to say chug it now.
I see. Thank you for the heads up. That was quite fast you were able to come up with this. You're sure it will work?
Correct. The Omnissiah guided me, and I got 30 degrees of success.
I see. Tell me, Eloa, you have quite the extensive set of data banks in your head now, don't you?
Correct.
Juno will drop her voice down to a whisper and say, so, throughout history, there's been several people like me, haven't there? People like Saint Sabat and Celestine. But
And more, yes.
I've been reading up on them too, ever since Shinogeist. And I've noticed something, I don't know if I'd call it strange, but a notable absence of something from any of those women.
She'll cock her head.
Not one of them has ever had a child.
According to all of the ancient lore, it's because they were so dedicated to their duty that they simply did not have a chance.
Perhaps.
Then again, there are many things missing in the lore. Remember what Primarch Vulcan said. There is much lost to us that can never be regained.
I suppose, but I don't know. This isn't lost age of technology. This is a fact of faith, I guess. I don't know. Maybe I'm just being a worrywart.
You will be fine. My...
I'm not worried about
uh,
me.
do not worry. I have gazed deep into the lore of the biologus. If there are any complications, I can easily rectify them.
Huh. I appreciate the offer. I'm sure if it's possible that we'll be fine.
Although, on a note that you will disagree with, I believe that Narcia has entirely too much flesh.
She does.
Her nerves and her predilections are consuming her. You are close to her. You should I recommend that you push her towards further augmentation.
I'm not sure augmentation will cure a severe substance abuse problem.
It is simple enough. Removal of certain parts of the brain and replacement with cybernetic augmentation.
Perhaps.
My mind is half augmented as it is.
Of course. I will speak to Narcie about that in the future. We're going to have a sit down, me and Reeve, soon.
That is all I had. And,
Thank you for this, Eloa. I mean that.
and once again, it is a 100% guarantee. The Omnissiah guided me.
Juno will nod
Turn-
sagely.
And it turns out your and uh, Lord Augustus's genes are remarkably pure.
Well, that's
Try
good
not
to
to get
know.
too irradiated.
Hopefully that patch on Ultima holds.
I will return to engineering unless you needed anything more.
Not at this time. Thank you, Eloa.
Eloa will turn on a heel and leave.
Juno looks at the box, takes a deep breath, marshals all of her willpower not to just chug that immediately. No,
It is
that
strawberry flavored.
would be morally reprehensible. I'm going to go speak to Augustus like a big girl at some point. She would tuck that into her pocket.
Alright, so what's next, Sloots?
I am gonna go and get a Dr. Pepper. Both in game and in real life.
Would you gentlemen like a Dr. Pepper?
It turns out Eloa synthesized Dr. Pepper 20,000 years into the future.
Uh, what is next on the docket for our for our continued
So, next big plot thing is going to be the truce talks with Endeavour. But, you know, if you have anything that you need to get done before then we can do that first.
Well, I'm gonna need a moment to cope. And seethe. Mostly seethe. Why the fuck are there so many Tau in this part of the galaxy? But you know, after I'm done coping and seething, then I don't know, I don't think I need to make anything else. And Narcie, in her current state, is not really... She doesn't really want to talk to people. Sure, if people want to talk to her, she's available, but she's no... It's a disaster in her eyes.
Or Narcie. Juno will make sure a plate of muffins gets sent down to her.
Thank you so much. It's gonna be alone for a while. So I guess we're waiting. Actually, that reminds me. Nah, I'm sure that's not gonna be a problem. I don't need to bring that up because if I bring this up, I know for a fact it'll become a problem.
Wise.
Go ahead.
No, I don't. I don't wanna. Because I know for a fact I didn't take care of it when it happened, and if I mention it now, it's only gonna come back to bite me in the ass.
Okay,
You know
I
what?
feel like I should insist now.
I mean, you should. You're the GM, and I am a fucking masochist, so I want to arm you with as much ammunition as I can. The Tau. Did I make sure that my misdeeds were not recorded? Were there any drones inside of that room? Sure, I'm gonna suck their dicks, but I don't want that shit to get out on the internet.
I know you turn on the stummer.
I know I turned on the stummer, and here's the thing. For that session, I still had one fate point left. And you know what I can do with fate points? I can instantly succeed on an awareness or inquiry check equal to my perception bonus. So I'd have 5 degrees of success to see if they're fucking recording me with my awareness check. Because I don't want that shit getting out there, Merz.
Let me heard again.
Yes, you can be heard now.
Okay.
DCL, that shall have to wait until after this truce talk.
Fair enough. I was
Seriously.
I was freaking out because I started talking and then saw that my icon wasn't lighting up and I'm just like, oh no, I can't even listen. So that was a little weird there. I just had to plug it into a different port.
Okay, let's fix this.
And Snippy, I feel like it's a bit late now.
I know it's a bit late. That's why I didn't want to tell you, because that would be used against me. But hey, in my defense, I'm always still sleep deprived. So fucking sleep deprived when I play this. I can't think straight.
Fair enough.
I want to retroactively cover my ass. Snippy is dumb, but Narcia is supposed to be smart. So get like 6 fucking intelligent bonus. And I got like 1 in real life.
Well, fair enough. Yes, they probably did have recording stuff there. But I'm sure you can trust the ship's AI to keep that private.
Fucking hope so. If not, we'll just quickly fucking destroy the fucking camera. And then get down on it. Get down on it. Okay, that's all. The reason why I didn't want to say anything else is because I deeply hoped within the depths of my heart that you forget and that wouldn't come back to bite me in the ass. But you know what? It deserves to come back and bite me in the ass. I didn't do my due diligence, and I deserve to get fucking burned for it.
Juno's going to be so disappointed if she ever finds out. Like, my God.
You have to kill me.
I
You
kind
have
of
to-
would. Like,
You all have
the
to just
eclectic thing you
slay
can
me.
kind of excuse because she's a robot, but the Tau.
Exactly. You just have to flay me. You remove all the useful cybernetics, grab all the data stores from my head, and just dump me in an incinerator. Fuck.
Oh, sure.
It's
I'm sure that'll be
it seemed
fine.
funny at the time. Lol, I'm gonna suck dick for XP. But it has it can have huge repercussions.
Just like real life.
Yeah. That video is gonna come back to haunt me in 40 years.
Mm-hmm. Just, let's just hope if Reeve ever finds out about it, he just kills Narcie.
Really, we're hoping he just kills Narcie and this doesn't blow back on the rest of us. Because, I mean, how are we supposed to know?
That's exactly why I want to make sure there's no fucking way this can be recorded.
We're Inquisitors. I think that's how we're supposed to know.
And I would disable our recording devices.
Look,
Because goddamn, I don't want to die. Anyways, enough of my incredible unrestricted horniness. What's down the pipeline?
Guess in the absence of anyone else having anything, it will be Juno and Augie having Prognorak talks.
Look, it will feel good that Juno's the responsible one about her reproduction and doesn't just accidentally into a kid when she turns back up on a planet at some point.
What? I don't know who you're referring to with that.
I know, it's just a hypothetical thing that could happen in this setting. It would never happen to any of us, frankly.
Oh yeah, no. That wouldn't happen to be a backstory of one of the player characters either.
No. So yeah, I'm just gonna have our chef make Augie's favorite dinner and just have this little golden case sitting on the table when he turns up.
Juno. Hey, pleasure, my darling.
It is all mine, my love. I'm sorry for Narcie earlier today. She tried her best.
I do not believe anyone would hold it against her to be overwhelmed by hysteric hatred for the enemies of mankind. That is a virtue to be held up, not a failing.
Of course, yes, you're right. You're right. But anyway, do you remember the time before that when Eloa came up in the middle of the briefing and jabbed me in the arm.
Indeed.
Well, it turns out that while we were on the ship in the warp and we were under the influence of that psychic miasma and I was yelling, breed me, breed me, breed me, I left my comm channel with her open. And she's produced this.
Ah. Is that a fertility booster or a
Guarantor.
inhibitor? Oh my.
Some deep secrets of the Magos Biologus. I suppose she was taking my comments quite literally at that stage. And I must confess, ever since Schindelgeist, I've been more aware than ever that I'm the last of my line, of my entire world, and yet the Emperor has called me to a path of trials, and I don't know, I'm afraid, not of dying, but of failing my ancestors, of letting that line be snuffed out entirely. And since that first resurrection, it's like my hormones have been screaming non-stop for a child, even though I know how dangerous the road I walk is. I mean, I'm undoubtedly the weakest member of our team, and that was before I was blinded. It's only a matter of time before it happens again or worse. But still, I don't know, I'm rambling. Sorry.
It is all right. I understand what it is you're saying. That you are right in that we walk a path of test and trial. And though it would make me happy beyond words as well to have a child with you, to do that now would be a great risk. Now, I am not saying I am opposed, but it even your even with your newfound position on a bridge rather than out in the field, your duties would grow far more difficult.
They would. Difficulty isn't something I shirk away from, but I don't know, it almost feels unfair to the child to be brought up in this time to me now. I could be lost at any time, and that's to say nothing of the other risks. It's not just... Well, you never hear of Celestine or Shabbat having children, do you? I think it's biologically possible, but I have no idea what would happen if I did. Would it be a normal human child? A powerful psyker? Someone born with the powers of a saint?
A worthy question. But I would expect the child to be at least within the normal bounds of human variance.
Eloa assures me that our genes are remarkably pure and compatible, so we have that going for us.
That is a relief. There are far too many stories of naval officers with weakened bloodlines for all of the time spent aboard ships and in the immaterium.
Well, thank the Emperor that hasn't happened to you.
Yes. Juno, I understand why you might think it a cruelty to the child, but it is not a cruelty you are perpetuating. You are not the one who has chosen to make war upon his holy imperium. It is the crime of the heretic and the Xeno.
Indeed. And a child would be all the more reason to throw everything I have into stopping this spread of chaos and making the Imperium a better place.
Indeed. Oh. Augustus smiles softly there. I have never found you lacking for those reasons, regardless.
Thank you. I just hope that what I'm able to accomplish is enough to make some small difference for us and those who come after.
It has been already. Schindelgeist, it would be lost to an eternal darkness if it was not for you. And now, the grasping hand of the Tau, who have been at the front of great victories against them already. Making a difference isn't just making the world better. It is also in stopping the wickedness of those who would make it worse. And you have done that with aplomb.
I have, I suppose, though. Stopping evil can never be enough. Not now. It's one more step in the endless war to keep the Imperium from falling apart. That's all. And you know, this isn't the Imperium the Emperor wanted. We've lost so much. I just wish somehow to get back some sliver of what he would have wanted for us.
Fallen as we may be, the Emperor and the Imperium, it is mighty still, and I believe, at least, that there is still a plan. Even if we do not live to see it, the God Emperor, his will shall be manifest, and in time, humanity shall reclaim its full inheritance.
That I have no doubt on the first part, and earnestly hope for the second. If anything, I'm proof that the Emperor still exerts his will over us. Perhaps the reason I'm not the glowing winged Valkyrie at all times is because I was meant for this moment, these peace talks, a child. I don't know. One can only grasp at the straws of his will.
Indeed. But in that, we go where his will sends us. We can only fight the war in front of us. But you have been fighting it well, Juno.
Juno smiles ear to ear and takes his hand. Thank you, Augustus. You don't know how much it means to hear that.
I am glad I can help you, my love.
Your presence is, as ever, a balm for the soul. But before we get too sappy, there is the question to be answered. Juno will tap the case. It's not like it will expire if you want to wait. But I leave this choice in your hands. I'm too torn to make a decision myself.
Well, we already know we have to deal with the town within 6 months. His hand just out and rests on yours. This just means we have to defeat the Despoiler within 3 months after that.
I'm sure he'll be accommodating when he hears our reasons.
He chuckles and leans in for a kiss.
Yeah. And then, yeah, I guess Juno gonna be chugging a pill after that.
All right. Yeah. As Eloa promised, results are guaranteed. You can just mark down that Juno is pregnant.
Yay.
However, roll toughness.
Uh-oh. Alright. Any modifier.
Nope, +0.
Alright.
Okay, just pregnant with one child.
I spend a fate point.
You may.
I spend another one.
Contain yourself, woman.
No.
Word.
You see, I have 2 warrants of trade, not that Juno knows. That means if I have 2 children, they each get a whole warrant of trade. That's fucking amazing.
I don't think that's how that works.
It is how that works.
That is indeed how it works.
Holy shit.
No, but they're supposed to kill each other so the other one gets both.
I mean, that is one of the ways it works.
See, if you have 2 warrants of trade yourself, that doesn't help you any more than having one.
It doesn't matter. More numbers, more better.
Well, hopefully Juno will raise children who are slightly better than that.
Yes, you can note down that Juno is pregnant with twins.
Yay. What is the date, by the way? Let me record that down in advance.
I don't really track it properly.
Fair enough, I
Because the
suppose.
Imperial dating system is a fucking mess.
Yep.
That is true.
We're still in the year 999.
Yeah.
And we will be basically forever. Until Rowboat invents a new calendar that's objectively worse.
Oh. No, he doesn't invent a new calendar. He just says, okay, stop listening to the Ordo Chronos and track time by yourself.
No, well, he's based on Julius Caesar, who created an entire, or one half of a new calendar system. Yeah, the Romans used to go by a 10-month lunar calendar, and then he swapped it to a solar calendar with.
Sol Invictus.
Mm-hmm.
Wait a minute.
That's the reason we have 2 extra months.
Wait a minute, is this crazy person wants every planet with its own unique rotation to make its own calendar appropriate to its needs? Is he insane?
Yeah, basically.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
How dare him? We can't have this in the 40k universe. He's too sensible. Send the Evisors after him.
And as long as Rowboat's keeping a calendar like himself to track how long it's been since the Rift opened, it might work, but like it doesn't help anyone relate to anybody else how long it's been.
Neither does the old imperial calendar.
I mean, it's supposed to. It doesn't work, but it tries. Ew. Alright, well, unless anyone else has anything, I guess it's Tau diplomacy time.
Just for reference, here is how you would turn a date in our calendar to the 40k calendar. So, rather than dividing the year into approximately 365 days, the Imperium divides the year into 1,000 fractions. To calculate this, first you need to find on which day of the year the event occurred. So, for example, July 18th. You can then use that to determine the Julian date, and July 18th is the 200th day of the year. Now, split it into hours. So 200 times 24, and then add the hour of the day. So, for this example, 4 p.m., the 16th hour. So this would be 200 times 24 plus 16. That is the 4,816th hour of the year. Now you need to convert it from an hour fraction into an imperial fraction. You multiply it by the marker constant, 0.1140795, which in this case comes out at approximately 549.41. Then round it down to get the closest year fraction. So in this, the year fraction would be 549. So instead of 4 p.m. on the 18th of July, it is 549. And then year code, and then millennium code. Yeah, it's fucking awful.
I can't do math. Yeah, I actually
Has
can't do
already
math. I'm
melted out my
retarded.
ears.
Like, I followed along with that. I just hated it.
Yeah, it's the sort of needless and complicated change that, like, France did during the Revolution.
Yeah, but they're French.
I didn't know they did that. And
Oh,
yeah,
yeah.
he's got a point.
They decided to get rid of the old Roman dating system, the Julian and Gregorian calendars, and just decimalize the year. Because they could.
They were
It's democratic that way. Honest.
If you say it's not democratic, we'll kill you.
Yes.
We have authoritarianly decreed that this is the new calendar, so that's very democratic, because we're the Democrats. Yay!
Ignore the fact that we're killing everyone who disagrees with us. That's how revolutions are based.
Yes.
The will of the people shall not be questioned.
Yep. So, even if it means stomping out the will of the people.
Practically, especially in that case.
Yeah.
Yes, I'll link that the wiki article on the imperial dating system in chat as well. There you are. Oh yeah, and I didn't even go into the check number, which is just a random number stuck on the front to determine how close to Terra you are. Not physically, but how many degrees of separation from when Terra decreed the official date. So, peace talks?
Peace talks.
Peace talks.
All right. So, you can work through some intermediaries to get a location and a time settled. Eloa, you are listening onto the BattleNet. The Tau are making preparations in case you betray them.
Smart.
They are clearly going to betray you, however, because they're perfidious Xeno scum, and they're just concealing it by claiming they're going to wait for you to shoot first.
Clearly.
They know we have tapped into the comms, obviously, so they're transmitting what we want to hear.
Yes. Oh, I guess Stray is still dealing with the family, so I assume Eloa will just fill Juno and Narcie in on that.
Yes. Juno will very emphatically tell whoever's going to be performing security here that if they shoot first, they are going to be flogged mercilessly forever. Do not do it. They may be perfidious Xenos, but getting them off this planet will save a lot of Imperial lives.
Well, let's hope.
All right. So, each side, we lost a Snippy.
Early lost Snippy.
Apparently, he said something and then boop. Hello.
I haven't crashed Discord in a very long time.
Ah,
The antivirus. Let me deal with that real quick.
Just turn that off. Who? I'm not about to finish that. I do use an antivirus.
I mean,
I should hope you do.
oh god.
all right. So yes, each side, negotiations reached that each side has allowed a 4-man delegation and a security escort. So, Juno, you definitely have to be part of it, but who else is?
Oh, pick me. I have the 4 dots of forbidden knowledge.
Yeah, you also speak Tau more fluently than Juno, so you're coming along. Yeah, Amy. And
Also, already have I've gone into great lengths, at the risk of my very soul, to bridge the gap between Tau and humans.
Am I allowed on guard duty?
I think we'll put you and not Eloa. She can't come because I think Mechanicus boys are war criminals. So I guess you, Jeff, and some Stormies will be our security element. And the people actually going into the delegation will be Juno, Narcie, Amy, and Aki?
All right. He does have the fortunate thing of not being considered a war criminal, probably.
Yeah, that's why I didn't want to bring Felix along. And also, we probably shouldn't have all 3 members of the Rogue Trader Dynasty in one place at one time.
Yeah, because I might get fucking assassinated by the treacherous Xenos.
Yeah, just in case Juno will write up a updated version of her will and stick that in the ship's vault.
Sure. Who are you leaving everything to?
Casa gets enough to set her up comfortably for the rest of her life. Everything else goes to House Lupus, whoever's fucking left after I die.
Okay, so a big split between Casa and Felix.
Hello?
The ship obviously needs to. I mean, actually, I think it's registered to House Lupus anyway. So, lol.
Hello, Bob. I would have assumed, the survivors of the warband would just requisition it.
Oh yes, I know, but it has to go somewhere officially before we steal it back.
All right. And Juno, Narcie, Augie, Amy, Jeff, Balti.
As we're going in, Juno's gonna turn to Amy and Narcie and say, "Listen, I need you two close. Amy in case something goes wrong, and Narcie in case Tau fuckery happens and I'm not good enough at the language to understand what's going on. But please, for the love of the fucking throne, don't actually interfere. Because this is going to be very delicate. And
Actually, I was going to ask. Do not worry, I know better than to let my rage spill forth.
yes.
When I put it in the guise of friendliness.
Actually, I was going to ask if you wanted me to be standing there openly as a show of force or to be hiding and ready.
I'd like you to be there openly because I believe the Tau sensors will probably find you, and if they do, that's going to be very bad.
Oh, they
Besides,
will, I can
you're
guarantee that.
much faster than they are, so if anything goes wrong, it doesn't matter if you're hiding or not. You'll still just slaughter them before anything can hurt me.
Also, Captain, just so you know, I got all my aggression out of the ship.
My poor bulkheads.
They can take it. Those fucking bitches.
Good. Alright. Are we all set? Everyone has everything they need?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Good. It's showtime then.
Showtime, Captain.
Juno will exchange her bolt halberd for just a normal blind cane and make ready to leave.
All right. I will need just a couple of minutes
Sure.
to be ready.
So you have been keeping track of Tau customs.
Indeed.
That is very thoughtful of you, Captain.
It is. And more importantly, I can't get rid of this knife, and it would be very inconvenient if it just snapped into existence on my belt in the middle of diplomatic negotiations.
You are making an understatement.
One of these days, we're going to get captured or something, and this will come in handy. But until then, it's just really fucking annoying.
Oh, I just trained to be able to kill with my bare hands when that happens.
Oh, I was thinking more about, like, cutting my way out of a rope bondage.
I sure hope they don't cut my mechadendrite. Any idea how much money I paid to hide that thing efficiently?
Couldn't you just curl it up your butt or something? It's a tail, isn't it?
It is a tail that is worth more than an asteroid base. A poorly maintained asteroid base, that is, with absolutely no one working in it,
I mean,
and a
menials
couple
don't
of
cost
holes.
anything.
Look, it was very expensive cosmetic, and I took great care to make it non-visible for the casual observer.
Look, Amy also has a tail. I understand. If
Yeah,
I
but Amy
wasn't
can't hide hers.
if I wasn't allergic to cybernetic alteration, I too would probably have cat ears and a tail.
Mine doesn't look like a cat's. It is very practical in nature and doesn't look like any living being we've seen on any planet.
Uh-huh.
It is meant to hack into systems and punch
You,
through armor.
you don't have to justify your persona to me, Narcie. It's okay.
Oh, thank fuck.
I would have gotten these features even if they didn't have practical use.
Of course, kidding, Captain. What is a persona?
Juno just gestures at Amy.
I don't know if this knowledge was willingly blocked out when I joined the Mechanicum, or if this is just the brain damage, but this feels like something I should know. Probably a little bit of everything.
Don't worry about it.
Yeah, we have more important things to worry about.
By the way, Augustus, since you are the head of House Lupus, and we have 2 ships now, should I refer to you as Commodore or Admiral or something?
I don't think he was expecting that question, but he's your husband, so you don't have to refer to him as anything. Because you're still a rogue trader and not an actual part of the Navy.
I
But it,
assure you that referring to my partner as Snookums in a diplomatic meeting will not go well.
oh, of course, right. The meeting.
Yes, that is what I'm
I mean,
talking
who
about.
knows? It might actually go well. The Tau might find it endearing. I'm of course joking, Captain. Don't do that.
I mean, they might actually, but
Yes, but let's not indulge them.
no, I don't want to belittle myself and my dear Augie like that.
Oh God, Merz?
Merz is dead. Rest in puppers.
Ah, shit. Well, Savin, I did not see this coming. I'll be honest with you.
See what coming? Merz's untimely demise or us diplomatizing the Tau?
Either really. But we can still work around Merz's and timely demise. I have a plan. Now, you're gonna have to bear with me. This is a pretty ballsy plan. I sucked the commander's deck. It worked last time.
But Commander Endeavor's a girl. I
You're
mean, who
right.
knows
That is
with
a
how?
Oh, that would be even easier then. I put in a lot of practice.
Learn something new about Narcie every day.
Dear God. I wonder if Merz is just speaking, but none of us can hear her.
Nope, I just got back from grabbing a new bottle of water.
Ah, yes, hydration is very important. I should do that. I should probably drink water instead of alcohol.
Drink
Oh,
water, bitch.
I'm also drinking alcohol. It's just fizzy water is an important ingredient.
Ooh, indeed it is. I'm not drinking either right now. I need to rectify that.
I had asked, Augustus, since you're the head of House Lupus and we have 2 ships now, should I officially refer to you as a Commodore or an Admiral now?
Ah. I suppose you could, but the title of the styling and official title of a rogue trader is mostly up to the trader. Some, especially the more pompous types, insist on absurdities such as Grand High Trader Admiral of the unstoppable house of yada yada yada. I think Lord Captain would suit me just fine.
Very well then, Lord Captain, my captain.
Your captain, my captain, the poor man, he didn't see it coming.
It's cute. Juno then spends several minutes humming and hawing about whether she should use her own enormous list of titles and middle names. Nah, probably not.
Jens, do you ever want to finish a conversation?
The tower not big on that kind of formality.
I suppose.
Yeah, I don't really
Although if
know
I
how to
bore
take the
them
fun out of
sufficiently,
everything.
perhaps they'll just surrender unconditionally.
One can hope. One can hope. They're likely to fake their surrender.
I have thus far never seen them do that. All the Tau we've interacted with have behaved remarkably honorably. My ancestors seem to have been correct that they observed some variant of the Code Chivalric.
We don't give them much of a choice. The moment they step out of bounds, we kill them.
Well,
Here's the thing. They might surrender, they might pull all their forces out, but the people they have indoctrinated are still going to remain.
yes, well, maybe some of them.
That's not a problem. Someone else will deal with it, I suppose.
Well, here's the thing. I'm hoping that they're going to try and take some of their wee base, so that we don't have to deal with it.
That would indeed make things a lot easier on us.
Indeed, and frankly, people we can deprogram are a lot better to us than servitors, which is what the Martians will do to them.
Nod, nod.
Well, we shall see what they wish in return for their safe passage off-world. I'm sure it won't be too outlandish, considering the position they're in. And honestly, I'm inclined to be fairly generous, all things considered. You know, Narcie, something you left out of your briefing, I've been wondering about. The Tau Ethereals. You said they're very weak psychers, right?
They are weak if you compare them to an alpha psyker. If you were to put an ethereal here and Baltus here, Baltus would be able to crunch them with a flick of his finger. Tau souls are, from what I've heard, not nearly as radiant as ours. They don't have the psychic capacity we possess as humans. But they're still a threat. Because, just like their ship designs, they might have also changed.
Of course.
Things are moving too fast with the Tau.
I was more thinking they probably don't have astropaths then.
No, they do not.
So how the hell do they communicate over their vast distance of everything? Is it really just messenger boats?
Correction. They did not. Everything we know about the Tau could have shifted. They might have actually developed astropaths, which is why they're here. They might have developed a warp drive. They might have developed new ships. We should take nothing we know for granted.
Well, we know they developed new ships. We saw wreckage in orbit that didn't match any of the schematics you showed.
Yes, which is very
Indeed,
concerning.
there was that stealth ship. Do we know what class that was, if any?
Not yet. Not yet. My hope is they haven't managed to develop their psychic presence anymore. I don't think it's physically possible for them to do it in such a short period of time, but as far as we know, no. They do not possess astropaths. Not yet.
What's the Tau stance on cybernetics?
Well, it's a good question, actually.
They probably like him just fine.
Well, I was thinking some psychers, like Imperial Guard Primaris psychers, use cybernetics to enhance their powers or control them better. I don't really know how it works exactly, but they always have those big cable dreadlocks out the back of their head.
Ah, yes, the psychic hoods.
Yes, that, exactly. I think Baltus has one.
Yes. Well,
so
as far as we know, they
could
don't
the
have
Tau
anything
use
of the
something like
sort.
that?
Possibly. They could have stolen some of our Imperial tech and adapted to their own twisted uses, but I hope not at this point.
I'm not 100% sure they even know what psychers are.
Oh, some of them do. The vast majority of them don't. They're very good at keeping their secrets, but at least the Ethereals know what a psyker is. They themselves are psychers. Weak ones, but they are.
Well, that's a disturbing thought I get to live with now.
One amongst many, Juno.
Indeed. Indeed.
We're full of disturbing thoughts, aren't we?
Well, mostly I'm just a disturbing thought.
Nonsense. You're gold and glorious, and everyone loves your radiance and presence on the ship.
Oh,
Don't let anyone convince you otherwise.
mostly I just convinced myself.
You are entirely too good for us.
No, no. You are all wonderful, competent people, despite what anyone like Jean would have you believe. We've done good in this Imperium. I am just one part of our little war band, no more, no less. Oh, we're here.
We're all a pretty big deal, aren't we?
So did anyone bring chairs?
I actually do not have any fold-out chairs. I should have requisitioned that.
Oh, man.
That's actually a good point, Juno. I don't think we have any deployable chairs in any of our ships.
I have a deployable cathedral. We could have used that.
I don't think they would have taken kindly to a cathedral dropping in their midst.
This isn't their midst. This is no man's land. They're not going to give us the coordinates of their base.
Yeah, they're gonna shoot our glorious chapel.
Not if we diplomatize them correctly.
Yeah, you diplomatize them before you drop the surprise chapel on them. They are not, how do I put this? They're not a very pious people. That's the most kind way I can put it.
Well, according to this pamphlet that nice diplomat gave me, they don't seem to have a
Yes,
problem with it.
they abide by it because it helps them control the population, Juno. Don't believe
Yes.
the Xenos' lies. Have you seen any of them make any prayers? If you were to board an Imperial ship and hold their captain at gunpoint, I guarantee you, first thing you'd see the officers do is the sign of Aquila and give their prayers unto the Emperor.
I should hope the
None of
first thing
them
they do is
pray.
shoot me if I
None
do
of them
that.
have any religious iconography anywhere on their ship. They are not a pious people.
Well, yes, of course they're godless Xenos, but still.
The only
Finally,
reason
they
why they
can at
abide
least...
by our religion is because they know there'd be blood if they didn't.
I mean, sure, but that still doesn't mean they aren't abiding by it, which is the point. They're not just going to shoot
You,
up a church because they feel like it.
that
That
is
doesn't serve their
true.
purposes at all. In
Would
fact,
give,
it's
it would give them
counterproductive.
pause.
Indeed.
That's a good thing to keep in mind for the future. Of course, if they see the church dropping in aggressively against them, they might shoot it by reflex, but shooting a church randomly, that is something they probably wouldn't do.
Exactly.
All right. About now, you'll get a little vox beep from you that movement has been detected in your vicinity. The Tau appear to be arriving. And indeed, about just mere moments after that, a pair of large battle suits just decloak at the edge of the meeting point.
Well, you sure know how to make an entrance.
Oh, I could have brought my knight. We could do giant robot high fives.
Yours is, they wouldn't have taken it very well. Ours does not turn invisible.
I don't see what that has to do with giant robot high fives.
Hold that thought.
Juno will raise a hand in greeting.
the lead stealth suit will, after a moment's consideration, lift its non-cannon arm in return.
What am I looking at? What is he equipped with?
They are each equipped with a fusion blaster.
Oh,
Wait,
fuck.
Juno can't fucking see that. I guess someone would have had to point her in the right direction, but yes.
Yeah, just did turn her lovely, innocent blind girl facing this horrific xenomonstrosity.
Just attached to Augie, he can sort of point me around where it matters.
Yes. And a few minutes later, a pair of Tau transport vehicles, devilfishes, emerge. The rest of their security detail, a squad of fire warriors with drone support, spreads out, followed by a number of dignitaries coming from the second devilfish. Whilst you arrive, jetting in and then decloaking at the front of the delegation, the Tau, also equipped in a stealth suit, but this one bearing the rank markings of a commander, or well, a captain, likely Endeavour. Narcie, her suit is not armed. You can
Wow.
you can see where the mounting points would be for a weapon, but she has not brought one.
Stop making me like the Xenos, damn you. Ah, yes, that would be their commander. Captain?
Oh no, she's cute.
I think you can't see her.
Correct. I have no idea where she is. Someone point me in the... There we go.
Oh, yeah, let me turn you. Oh, thank you,
Juno
Augie.
raise a hand in
Thank you,
greeting
Captain.
again.
Shield drones.
Shield drone's gonna shield.
Yep.
The delegation comes forward a little, and Endeavour raises her hand in turn. Augie will take hold of your elbow and guide you forward.
Ah, you
Suppose we
must
should
be
introduce ourselves.
Captain Endeavour.
That is so.
I am Captain Juno Dandrick. This is my partner, Augustus Lupus, Lord Captain of our house. Amelie de Mediguerre, my chief bodyguard and knight, and Narcia Scythia, my translator.
Give her a little bow.
It is a pleasure to meet those of such cunning and wisdom as you have displayed.
Likewise.
You know me, I am Captain. I am Chassel Endeavour. With me, of the water caste Pauvre Inoue and Porwi Dio, and Chassel Coldstrife, who you have already met.
Indeed we have.
A pleasure again, Chassel.
He bows his head to you. the watercast steps forward. I greet you in the name of progress, enlightenment, and the greater good. That the wisdom of our peoples, shaped and embodied by the good ethereals and the blessed God Emperor, shine true upon this day.
Indeed. May we walk in the light of the Emperor and on the path of the greater good.
Everyone who isn't Juno, and therefore has functioning eyes, will see Inoi's eyes light up at that. You appear to have pleased him with that reply.
Certainly makes him feel slightly less like we're gonna fucking shoot him.
You know, feeling like you're not about to get shot during a diplomacy talk is it's a pretty good thing to establish.
Yes, yeah, I'm doing my work as a diplomat. Yeah, I got this whole emperor thing down.
Yeah, we did it. We both showed our diplomat creds. Good job, team.
Oh, well, this is. We need to stop meeting like that, says Ellen. Really.
Mm.
So, since we're all here, we can start negotiating your surrender and safe evacuation of this planet.
Indeed. Let's get down to business, shall we?
Unless you
want
to have some tea first, maybe discuss about this lovely weather. But we're both busy people, and there's unfortunately a war going on.
Dio just leans out from behind Endeavour there. And, if you have wish of it, we have brought refreshment that is compatible with human system, human digestion as well as our own, and chairs and tables. We also have space heaters if you require.
That would be lovely, thank you.
Oh, thank you. You actually brought chairs. We were actually talking about that earlier. Like, maybe we should have brought chairs. Someone should have brought chairs. We didn't bring any chairs. It was an oversight on our part.
We also brought food, though. At least I have muffins somewhere.
I brought tea.
But yes, let's all have a nice sit down, warm ourselves up, and get underway.
All right. Yes. Dio will disappear into one of the devilfishes and emerge, followed by a couple of utility drones. They are holding a quick assembly, chairs, tables, and one of them appears to actually be a floating heater.
Adorable.
It beeps at you.
I'm immediately going
warm
to
bot.
I sure hope you don't explode, buddy. I say in his language. Please don't explode.
This heating unit has a less than 0.3% chance of exploding at any given time.
That's good. The drone says it has a less than 0.3 chance of exploding. So I can already tell it's more reliable than my old heater. Granted, I shouldn't have been using the heater to charge last packs, but that's besides the point.
So, everyone is comfortable, at least as much as possible. None of the chairs, unfortunately, are rated to support Amelie in power armor or Endeavor in her battle suit.
Amelie was planning to stand anyway. She's on guard.
Are they rated to support Juno's fat ass, though?
Yes.
Excellent.
Slick thighs.
Well, we're here to save lives, so here's hoping.
Hell yeah.
Eloa will begin. Well, it is now undeniable that you have complete supremacy in the space above this world. It is perhaps premature to talk of surrender. The good Chassel endeavor is yet to be. Forces have yet to be defeated in the field. And
Of course, there's no need to dishonor yourself with surrender. This is an orderly withdrawal and an exchange of prisoners. She'll glance towards Cold Strife, whose crew is currently sitting with a bunch of stormtroopers on the ship. We are prepared to offer you full and complete safe passage off the planet for yourself and all of your troops and support staff. We will happily escort you back to your lines and accept those humans who you have captured in the line of duty elsewhere as equivalent exchange of prisoners. Nice and simple.
we shall also require the right to salvage the vessels that were lost here.
That's gonna take a lot of manpower.
We do not need to perform full salvage operations here, but I guarantee that tow vessels will not be attacked when retrieving the material. That will be satisfactory.
If your empire could grant us the same privilege to a world of roughly equal material worth that you have captured, I think that can be arranged satisfactorily.
You get your salvage, we get our salvage, and we both have a reason to not shoot at each other. That way, when both sides have a little bit of leverage, we can ensure that no one gets too jumpy on the trigger finger.
And we can all go away looking good to our superiors.
I mean, the superiors are never going to be pleased, but fuck them.
Well, as far as such things go, they won't be very grumpy and complain about not killing enough of each other.
I shall have to come to an agreement on which world it is that you gain the rights for. Given its proximity, I would propose the world of Halemnet.
I will leave the specifics to be hammered out by one of our naval assets. They'll know what planet we lost what at. Should find roughly equal value.
This is agreeable.
Good. Well, seems we're all very much so in agreement.
And we can all walk away from this with no one getting shot.
You say that, you can just see Endeavour tense inside her suit.
Juno's gonna reach out.
There isn't trust between either sides, but we're fucking trying.
Juno just reaches out and pats Narcie on the arm. Enough, enough.
I'm nervous, okay?
As the moment draws out, Endeavour will speak up. Previously, whenever anyone says that, it is a prelude to traitorous sniper attacks.
Indeed, it is. But usually you are the guys to snipe at us.
Such has not been my experience, but
I remember a certain cavalry detachment on Leth, but it's neither here nor there.
Yeah, no, Lev isn't the past.
That was also not preceded by a pithy one-liner.
I mean, fair. That was just a stealth sniper attack. But regardless, no snipers. I'd very much like to get this world safe and secure and start the healing process. I see no reason to drag this out any longer.
Endeavour nods. And Inoue will take over. The other matter is the disposition of Guevasa Auxiliary. I understand that their joining with the greater good is a crime in the Imperium.
Well, that's an understatement.
Yes, it's going to go badly for them if they stay, and frankly, I imagine you would prefer to take them with you anyway. Yes?
That is so.
Well, if you can find it in your heart to trade Imperial prisoners 1-to-1 for Guevasa, I see no problem in that exchange.
Such can be done, however, we do not possess the freight capabilities to transport such numbers.
I very likely do. Do you have a rough estimate, somebody, as to how many? You have a fairly sizable cargo hold, and then there's the mother of invention, too, if need be.
They just have to get off the planet, because if they stay here, our
Yes, I understand you've taken to executing members of the cult Mechanicus for their servitors.
Yes, their blazoned display of such war crimes and inhumanity. It is. I understand that your Imperium is beset by a great tide of foe. and so a degree of desperation I can grasp, but
That's
when
less desperation and more archaic backwardness, frankly. I find the whole process distressing too.
I
I'd prefer not to see any humans, much less those who are born and raised in culture rather than just grown in a test tube, reduced to that. So, yes, I'd like to get these people off world.
can't believe you just said that out loud. Hmm. Do you realize if any of the cogs heard this? Oh,
Well, I didn't bring any cogs, did I?
oh, God, God. Yeah, no,
oh, regardless, Endeavor will just cut over him. We have 20,000 auxiliary with us in the field.
Juno.
Will you
Juno's just gonna
have
like
a
hold up a finger, lean back to Augie. Do you think we can fit that many in our cargo hold? Without them just dying of virulent disease back there?
It would not be comfortable, but frankly, no, not with the troop. Well, not with the troops we have with us.
Okay, so we'll need the mother of invention or to requisition a transport. Either way, I think we can manage that. We'll just be escorting you with 2 ships rather than 1.
That is not all.
Okay.
Anyway, we'll speak up again. We also estimate that to be between 2 and 4 million who remain in the cities. We have not that we were not able to support out in the field and have yet to be eliminated by Commander Wolf and his forces.
That's... moving them back in that number would be a bit of a tall order, but at the same time, if they haven't openly taken up arms against the Imperium, we can probably, my authority as rogue trader and our equivalent of an ethereal, I think I can manage to keep them relatively safe. Will doubtless be some punitive measure, but it won't be capital or worse.
And we would not object to them remaining in your custody.
Juno will nod. Then it shall be so. I will take care of them as best as I am able. So, anything else?
No. I believe that that covers all pertinent matters.
Excellent. Well then, I suppose we're about done here. Thank you, gentlemen, madam, for coming out and meeting with us. This has been most productive.
Gonna breathe a sigh of relief I'm not shot yet.
I will have my people liaise with you to set up landing zones to begin embarking your troops at your convenience. And we'll start figuring out berthing arrangements for the Guevesa.
Oh, the paperwork. The paperwork.
Oh, you love it.
I know I do. But for all the wrong reasons.
Juno is going to, playing up the blind girl bit, just a touch, stand up, and slide around the table, and extend a hand to the collective of Tau.
In a way, well, take it. And, dear, I'll say, I believe your people have a tradition of a celebratory toast after successful talks.
That we do.
Captain, I wouldn't be opposed to a toast right about now. Just, okay, I'm just gonna go out and say it. None of this is poisoned, right? Like, I know even if it was poisoned, you probably wouldn't tell me, yes, we poisoned it. How did you figure it out? But, just...
I see.
What? It's a perfectly reasonable question. I don't want to be poisoned today.
No. And now Cold Strife will speak up.
Alright, I take his word for it.
If we wish to assassinate you, then as soon as the advance team confirmed your identities, this area would have been demolished by a Sika missile barrage.
That'd be very rude.
Indeed.
Yeah. Besides, I'm scheduled to train dodging missiles later.
I'm not sure if she's joking, to be completely honest with you.
I just assume she's not. But yes, a toast. I'm a touch pregnant at the moment, but I'm sure the rest of them will be happy to partake.
Another utility drone emerges, clutching a tray with ceramic cups and a tall bottle.
Aw, hi there, little buddy. What's your name?
This unit is designated. And then it just gives a 20 long string of numbers.
Ah, you're adorable. And you also have drinks, which makes you twice as adorable.
Affirmative. This one's friends call it Dory, because it is adorable.
Ah,
My heart.
thank you, Dory. It's only Tau. I don't think they speak Imperial, the drones anyways. God, you see, I'm being nice, I'm being diplomatic. At the cost of my sanity.
Yeah, it's really costing you your sanity, you Tau fucker.
You don't know
I
that.
mean, it quite literally did cost her sanity to do that.
I mean,
Yeah.
I mean that's fair.
Literally. I had to actually take insanity points. Do I need to roll deception?
What for?
Actually, no. There is no deception here. I just genuinely like this fucking drone, which is terrible.
Everybody likes
Terrible.
drones. They're great.
And I hope that no one can tell. This is my This is my fucking guilty pleasure.
Juno can, and Juno has hatred abominable intelligences, but she assumes you're just, playing the part.
Yeah, I'm just playing my part, so we're good.
They can all
Good,
tell
no one-
Narcie really likes.
No one can tell.
Or at least they can't tell if it's genuine.
Exactly. Not the town, not the humans, but especially not the humans. Who was that roll for?
That was for the diplomats. I'll roll for the drone.
That's fine. Fuck the diplomats.
I hope
I want the
rolls a
drone to
one.
feel appreciated. It was such a good roll too.
If only you.
No one can tell. I'm a master of deception.
If only utility drones were actually trained in detecting lies.
Exactly. I am a master of deception. Look at me, everyone, as I roll in the necessary dice to intentionally screw myself. Oh wow, what the fuck?
Okay then.
I guess I sell it to the diplomats. I trust the drone more than I trust them. You could snipe me. The drone can't. The drone is weak. It's unarmed. It only has drinks, and I like drinks. Oh, how's the drink?
It is nice. It is quite hot, actually.
That's good, because it's fucking freezing, and these guys are actually naive enough not to even try to poison us. So I'm just gonna enjoy my tree and play the part. Nice tea. Or whatever this is. I like this. You know, warm drink in a snowy hellhole like this, it's great.
Warm, smooth, but just a little too bitter for a human palate.
Is it really too bitter for Narcie, though, who fucking chugs coffee like it's water?
True.
Merz did say a human palate, not yours.
Well, fair enough. He's a clone.
Yep, and it was given the creamy white baptism into the town.
See, my palate has already adjusted. God, how do I live with myself?
Oh, God. Coffee. The drink's not the only thing bitter around there.
Yeah, you got that right.
Well, nobody's going to Seeker missiles swarm us. I guess we're done.
This was very civil. Oh, thank God for that. I don't want to get shot. Or blown up by missiles. Or poisoned. Or shot again.
Yes, being shot is normally bad.
Or rammed by a space shuttle.
Being shot by a plasma cannon, oof. Yeah.
Generally, being shot is a big no-no.
We drink, shake hands, and just leave.
Yeah.
Oh my God, it was so hard for me not to say anything retarded about Layth. I just wanted to fucking. Oh, I want to gloat. I'm not gonna lie, I want to gloat.
Juno really wanted to ask how Endeavor survived that shit, but it's not.
But that would have tipped our hand way too much. It's one thing reading about the encounter in Layth on some after-action report and being there. being the fucking government spooks that were on the planet that fucked up her plans at that day.
And I'm pretty sure Juno just came out and all but said it, but yeah.
And you did, but it was very subtle.
Look, if they at all had any kind of like recording software in those stealth suits, Juno's really fucking hard to mistake for anybody else. She was on fire at the time.
Yeah, that is true.
I feel like anybody who saw that recording probably had that burned into their memory forever.
Still, I think it's. I wanted to push, but it's fine. It's good that we didn't push. That would have been pretty stupid. Not that that's ever stopped us before.
No, we did our job and we did it well. We got exactly what we came there for.
Endeavor's right there. We didn't even blow her up.
It's not really any reason to. She's failed every operation she's been part of that we've seen. If anything, keeping her alive is advantageous to us.
That is.
Damn, I thought we were trying not to murder her. You just fucking executed her.
Bro! Bro! You get no chill.
You just made her drop to the floor and put two in the back of her head, war crime style. Jesus fuck.
You put her in a fucking ditch. Put her to kill her. Such a fucking failure. What's the point? Keep her around. Let her fuck up some more. Holy shit.
I mean, that's Juno's reasoning. She's like, this. I go, why would I kill this person?
Ooh, stone cold. I like it. I like it.
Part of Juno's philosophy that she's picked up from Maywar is we need to put the right people in the right positions of power in the Imperium. Meanwhile, if we could do the opposite to that for our enemies, then
Well, I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm just saying, damn.
Brutal. I like it.
Yeah, it's quite a bit of savage.
The disrespect.
Yeah, Juno will come away, get back on the dropship, rub her hands. Well, that went remarkably well. Good job, everyone. Did it.
Oh, I like the part where she twitched when she heard the sniper. Oh, the implication of a sniper. I'm sorry, I knew. I shouldn't have said that, but you have to admit, the look on her face. Priceless.
Look, to be fair, I'm the one who had a sniper rifle bounce off her force field once from a tower railgun.
It probably wouldn't do much, but it's just her reaction. She has a shield. It'd take me a lot more than a sniper to actually punch through that.
But luckily, we didn't even bring Ceiko, nor did we need to, because everything went great. Turns out, at this point, I'm starting to think I really should have just joined the Diplomatic Corps instead of the Inquisition.
I mean, technically, we are the Diplomatic Corps.
I mean,
Xenos is the closest you can get to diplomacy with the Imperium.
Juno will kind of elbow bump Augie. I mean, I have a different source of diplomatic authority, but still.
Do we even have a Diplomatic Corps? Did we even ever have one?
We do have diplomats. I have seen them once.
No, but I mean like actual diplomats.
Yes. I read about it in a Caiaphas Gaines biography.
Indeed. Though a significant part of the duty is offloaded onto the rogue traders.
We never really were big on diplomacy.
I'm big on diplomacy. The rest of the Imperium, not so much, but still.
We are pretty big on letting rogue traders get us out of our mess.
Juno just sketches a formal bow. This is what I'm here for. Now, hopefully, we've negotiated terms sufficiently favorable to us that Reeve won't come and shoot me when he arrives.
Yeah, hopefully.
Right,
look,
back to the ship then.
If it's of any consolation, I probably wouldn't shoot you.
Well, I appreciate that.
You're welcome.
As his explicator, I hope your testimony will factor in favorably at my court-martial.
I'll factor even more favorably if you fight the goddamn gate.
Oh, don't worry, Juno. I'm not going to let them kill you.
Amy,
Oh.
if the Imperium ever
Amy-
tries to formally kill me, please just let them. It'll be funny watching them fail.
That might be a good point.
I figured Amy was gonna end that with "I'll kill you myself."
What? No. Juno.
No,
But
Amy
you
would
kill
never do
me, I
that.
don't want to be caught in that.
If anyone would underhurt her, I'd kill myself. Well, I'd kill everybody else and then myself.
I like how we're already straightening up suicide pacts.
Yes. Is there any particular reason?
I mean,
Look at all the good she's
Captain,
doing.
you should always have a suicide pact struck up, just in case.
Yeah, guys, I tried the joke on Augie when we got here. He didn't get the reference. It's okay. Don't
It's not
try.
a
He
joke.
just thinks it's creepy. Oh God.
You think I was joking about the suicide pact?
Look, the image you had on Leth of Vigil chasing you through the underbrush like a common criminal. We were in the warp when it should have happened, so we got to skip it. It's fine. You're fine. You don't need to worry about it.
Life finds a way, Juno.
Well, hopefully not. However, if it does, that means I get to be an Inquisitor soon, so... Score?
Hey, it's a good point.
Then I can get my own band of acolytes and make them do all my work.
Well, I'll sure miss you.
That is a good point, actually. Were I ever to become an Inquisitor, would I actually be able to keep all of you, or would I have to go get my own band?
I mean, you'd have to bargain for us, but possible. If he wants you to have us, yes, maybe. If any of us are still alive by the point you reach that venerable rank.
Oh well, something to think about in 10, 20 years, hopefully.
Very optimistic. I like it.
From my understanding, which I admit is far from complete, you would be expected to form your own band, unless you rose to be rank by inheriting Lord Reeves' rosette, at which point the shattered survivors of his warband would be the core of yours.
Oh, God, I don't like that image. Shattered survivors.
Yes, hopefully that never comes to pass. Much rather live out my days as a humble rogue trader than have to inherit inquisitorial power on the corpse of a man I admire.
I would have to agree.
Oh, I'm sure the idea of me spending out my days as a humble rogue trader's concubine is very appealing to you, sir.
Can't blame him.
So, let's get back and talk to Felix about sorting all these heretics out. Perhaps we can reopen one of the shuttered hives and have those who have broken faith be transferred there for re-education. And leave the Auto Temple and all our missionaries there to carry out the work while we're gone.
There's also the other. There is a lot of manpower that could be used for servitor parts and
No.
corpse rations. And there are a lot of people starving.
Narcia, I
You
will
see, the
open my
problem is doing it without the Tau finding out about it.
No. These are still citizens of the Imperium, whether they like it or not, as all humans are. And there's a chance we can reform them back into loyal and hardworking peons of the Empire, then it is our duty to do so.
Call them what they are? They're traitors?
They were misled. You saw how shitty life on this planet is. That's why I wrote this
From what I've
manifesto.
seen, life on this planet is pretty great. I had a good time partying.
Yes, and if you'd continued partying like that, you would have been shanghaied by a bunch of criminals and turned into a drug-addled prostitute.
I'm entirely too rich for that.
Yeah, I'm sure that's what they thought. Point is, at a planet where there's just abject suffering and poor living conditions, breeds malcontent and an easy seedbed for Tau propaganda. It's one of the many reasons we need to focus our efforts on improving living conditions in the Imperium.
Now that makes absolute sense, and I 100% agree with it. But I don't think we have quite what it takes, unfortunately.
We'll
the
see.
practicalities of implementing it would be perhaps if we can actually defeat one of the galaxy shaking threats and free up some manpower and resources, maybe then we can do it.
I think that's a little backwards, don't you think?
That's backwards.
No.
The
Augustus is right. We'll just go to the Eye of Terror, I'll fly in and just pull it closed. Easy peasy.
I mean, you say that. I don't believe you could do it. But what I was
How
trying
did I not think of that?
What I was trying to get at is that the Imperium is basically the body of our army. We need them to recruit, to feed, to store and stock and supply. It's like trying to say you'll eat after you defeat an enemy with a starving body.
Oh god, I see what's happening here.
The reality is, though, Amy, we really do not have much of a choice as things are. If we stop fighting one of them without defeating them, they shall overrun us, and we do not have the ability to institute wide-scale reform without pulling resources away from the ongoing fighting.
I'm certainly not saying it isn't a complicated situation. I'm just saying a swordsman develops a strong weakness when the minute they think something is impossible.
Indeed. And after all, the realm of Ultramar still exists. While none of us have the mind of a Primarch or resources of that era, if it can be done once, it can surely be replicated elsewhere. It'll just take time, patience, and a great deal of statecraft. But I am utterly convinced that it is possible to improve the living conditions of the people of this Imperium.
You know, as a bureaucrat, I can only say I wish I was as confident, positive, and optimistic as you are being right now.
Well, I have to get through my day somehow.
Yeah, my method is not working very well.
Pat. So, as I was saying, get the prisoners transferred to where they can be handled safely without contaminating more Imperials, or onto the ship for transport. Let's get to it, everyone.
All right. I don't feel a particular need to play out Stack the Prisoners of War simulator.
Yeah, that's fine. I'm sure between Felix and Narcie we can make that work.
Do it in a quote-unquote humane way. It's a very weird term they're throwing around. What's this humane thing they're talking about? Maybe I'm getting something in translation wrong. Oh God, we really are susceptible to that propaganda.
Yes.
Damn you, Merz. First it was with Slanesh, now it's with the Tau. And Slanesh!
I don't know, it was Tzeentch that got me. Poor Vasca.
Just as planned.
Oh, whoops! Right. You also need to be on the map player. That would do it. Yes, the hive of Nebo can be resettled with those that are thought criminals only.
Excellent. And then I'm going to take my giant Imperial Cathedral and plant it there. So that if anyone shoots it from orbit, they're a heretic. And also the temple can get to work on trying to undo the damage.
Sure. Felix will appreciate this. It is a more sustainable solution than just throw the commissariat at it.
I will also appreciate this. Or, whatever is worth.
Indeed. If the Missionary Galactica can convert strange primitive heathens, I'm sure eventually they'll be able to undo a bit of Tau brainwashing.
Well, they can certainly fuck up as much as the local authorities already have.
Shh. Felix did the best he could.
Before Felix, before any of us got to the planet, the cold trade was already rather prevalent, remember?
I mean, sure, but that wasn't Tau propaganda. That was just, ooh, shinies and Mayror.
Yes.
Really, this is all Mayror's fault, but it's fine. I'm continuing Juno's profession of cleaning up Mayror's messes. Here we are.
Yeah. At some point, I have to say I do sympathize and agree with Mayor's ideology, but on the other hand, he is really fucking everything up.
That's
Him and his
Juno's position.
goons. Oh God, wait, haven't we technically become mayor as we're actively working with him?
I mean, look, if Reeve suddenly died and none of us became an Inquisitor,
He would be our only ally.
It'd be Team Mayror time, but it's fine. Inquisitor Daddy is still around, right, Merz? It's definitely not like a Necron wearing his skin that sent us that letter.
I don't know. When he gets here, you'll probably find out.
I'm sure. Well, in the meantime,
You'll probably find out.
So the Tau, or suggest that, we'll be able to work out with the Tau that the best place to take them for an exchange would be the agri world of Verstapp. It is a bit away from the fighting, but is at the boundary of Tau-controlled space. And, well, as it is an agri world, it has been suitable for supporting prisoner of war camps.
Well, sounds reasonable to me. Before we leave, I will tell Felix if Reeve and or any other Inquisitor show up who isn't Jal, just tell them we're currently undertaking a prisoner transfer and we'll be back soon. If Jal turns up, please just shut the fuck up. Or sorry,
I
no.
don't think
We're currently tracking the fleeing Tau ships and trying to use our navigator powers to get them to show us to where their headquarters is, which is technically
Okay, thank
true.
God.
But you know,
It is true, but if we actually told her to shut the fuck up, that
oh no, I was
person's
saying
getting
Felix should
shot.
shut the fuck up. Just take the fifth. Take the fifth, homie.
Oh yeah, no, take the fifth is an absolutely excellent advice to give this man.
No, but yeah, just
I don't know, the Inquisitors didn't let me on their mad plan. You have to talk with them.
just tell her the outline of our navigator base plan, and that'll be fine. Probably, definitely don't lie to her about anything, but also, she'll probably want to gas this place or something, so keep that on the DL, please. Thank you.
Make our lives much harder.
Yeah, building up trust with the Tau is an asset, especially if we want them to just kind of leave this whole sector or go fight Abaddon the Armless for us.
They are naive enough to actually accept the goodwill gestures, as hollow as they might be.
Indeed.
We can use this.
So, in that case, it'll be a bit to get everyone loaded up, and then it'll be time to go. It's gonna, yeah. Given that you are, having the Tau take their ship out, and you are escorting it. It's going to be like 2 full months before you get back to Moab.
Jesus Christ.
Because
Yeah.
it's from Moab to Verstapp is 19 days normally, which even for the fastest Tau ship is 38 days. And then you've got to actually do exchanges and stuff. And then you get to come back, which is another 19 days.
I wonder if we could extend our Geller field around the Tau ship, because it was just like a small stealth ship, right? Like it's smaller than the Vigil.
Yes, it is escort sized.
Yeah, we
Do you?
could.
How do you think the Tau will handle their first travel through the warp?
Sounds like a Tau problem.
Yeah, no, I think they'll do just fine.
Look, I paid good influence for this navigator to be fucking decent. I'm sure we'll be fine. So yeah, we'll tow them along and have the. I guess, is the Mother of Invention coming with us, or is it going to be some other transport?
You know what? Actually, the damage we might be doing to the Tau by exposing them to the warp right now might make all of this worth it in the long run.
Yeah, Felix will send the Mother of Invention off with you. It's easier than trying to wrangle enough troop transports.
Well, Augie gets to go back to his original posting then. Juno will give him a great big hug and say, I'll see you in a couple of weeks.
Yes. His eyes are lingering on your belly. And, I wonder if we'll be able to tell by then.
Maybe. I'll be sure to check in with the infirmary before we meet again. See what I can see. Suddenly, Juno realizes she might be able to see her own child's soul inside her. That's kind of awesome.
I'm glad you see it that way.
I mean, how other way would you see that?
Oh god, oh god. I have another soul inside me. Oh god, ah!
I mean, that's usually the reaction to motherhood still.
I mean, it depends if this tiny little, like, 10-cell fetus in there is, like, glowing like a supernova already. Juno might be like, oh dear. But I'm
I
sure
mean, that's still better than the alternatives.
Don't worry, you'll get used to it.
Juno got used to it watching Moira waddle around for a while.
Yeah, oh, this is normal.
Imagine
babies are like
It's
this.
fine.
if it
She's a
was
tiny
actually... Yeah, it's not corrupt by the vile entropy of the warp, so you could.
Alright. I think that'll be where we call it, then.
Do you want to do warp rolls, or do we not need to on this route?
Yeah, given that you are covering the Tau ship, you do have to. So, which ship are you attaching? Which ship is taking the lead out of the cluster?
The one with our navigator on it, which I suppose is the Vigil.
Fair enough. And let's just have a quick check on fleets.
I believe it's a -10 for towing the Tau ship around.
No. It would be that if the Tau ship had its own Gellerfield.
Oh dear.
Yeah, that's the thing. They don't have Gellerfield and they're not experienced with the warp, and we haven't warned them about any of this.
I know, we have like a couple of weeks to get out there. We'll fucking talk to them about it.
Okay. Merz, do you think talking to the Tau about the warp would warrant a scene?
They just wouldn't believe you.
Okay, hold on. Wait for it.
Okay. You know what? Just between me and the captain. For his own sake. Because fuck everyone else. What would I need to get him to believe it? The rest of them wouldn't believe me, but I want at least the captain, if he has even a single superstitious bone in him, to take some precautions.
I just don't think you can.
You're right, I probably can't.
No matter how convincing you are, it would get just... yes, these primitive Goyla, their backwardness and insanity, they sincerely believe this baseless superstition.
Yes, we do. Oh well, I did my good deed for the day.
Juno will just ask the captain for her peace of mind and for the sake of the greater good, just increase security around the ship, just in case.
In case maybe, just maybe if we dress it that way, instead of, hey, fucking demons and magic, hey, rogue imperial elements that might want to take revenge on you guys.
Sure.
Yeah. If you spin it that way, then yeah, that's entirely believable.
I feel like as a person with 4 dots in fucking town would know this. Fuck. Jesus.
Good enough.
Yeah.
case someone outside of our authority decides to do anything rash, be ready. Wink. Okay, we'll see. We'll see how the travel through the warp goes. They'll be fine. Tau are lucky. They're not lucky, are they?
I will just ask Eloa to do anything in her power to boost the power of our Geller field for a couple of weeks here.
You heard that, Ella. Get the power to the Geller field, reduce its reduce its size.
Forbidden lore Archaeotech?
Sure.
Difficulty, please.
I mean, are you just to confirm you are trying to increase the power of the Geller field?
Yeah, I'm giving it a hand job.
All right, minus 20.
Okie dokie. Okay.
Spicy.
All right, 4.6. Then, good news. The negative imposed by the Tau ship is now a minus 15 instead of a minus 25.
Oh, good.
And,
print that real quick.
You know what? This blueberry should suffer, actually. It should absolutely suffer through the first warp transition.
I mean, well, it depends on how Merz wants to do it, but in all of the cinematics I've seen in video games, they all the Imperial vessels close down the ability to see out the windows.
Mm-hmm.
Because my God.
My God.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
That is a thing.
We don't look out the windows. If you remember the one on the cursed ship and there was a guy hanging himself in the observatory, I didn't go anywhere near that shit. I knew it was gonna happen. I've never gazed outside the windows during warp travel, and I never will. Not unless I'm playing a Black Crusade game, I guess.
Yeah. So
maybe we should have Endeavor come with us on our ship.
I don't think she would agree to that.
I mean,
unless they took one of our officers instead. Like, we have one of theirs, they have one of ours. Do we really want to do that?
Yeah. A sort of exchange of dignitaries that are, officially liaisons and unofficially totally hostages.
Ooh, pick me.
Done. Amy, go.
Oh, thank God, I thought you were going to pick me.
Oh, fuck no.
Can Amy speak Tau?
No.
I thought that's your Tau.
But I can speak.
It's fine, they can speak Imperial.
I can speak the universal language of violence.
And they can speak our language, so it would be fine. And she's a dignitary. It would actually be legitimately very harmful if they managed to capture me when they decide to turn.
Yeah. And the good news is Amy's immune to a lot of mental fuckery, so that should be fine.
Look, as much as I like sucking Tau cock, I don't like letting Tau get their hands on my Memorance implants. Not even as a meme.
Yeah. Anyway, alright, that should be fine then.
That shit is valuable.
In that case, if anything bad happens to their ship, Endeavor can explain that to her people. And
the other great thing, if they decide to get frisky, you know what's gonna happen? If Amy decides to go ape shit and start murdering people?
I mean, she'll just kill all of them. It's fine.
Yes, exactly.
I'm not worried about the Tau turning on us intentionally. I'm worried about them going insane from the warp. But Amy will be there to close all the windows if need be.
And she can continue her close quarters lessons with the captain.
Yes.
You'll have to endure.
Anyway, what is the Vigil's maneuverability, Savin?
Let me open that up.
You're up next. I can give a phone call.
Sure. Maneuverability is, where is that written down here? Let's see. 15.
Okay. Now, the first thing to do with a fleet movement is get everyone to align up together, which is a plus 40 pilot plus maneuverability with a -5 per ship after the first. So that's a 30, and then 15, so 45, and then, yeah, Kara just tops it off to 60 with cybernetics.
Kiera good.
The
Jesus.
ships are closely wedged together. The Tau vessel is in a protective cuddle between the two Imperial cruisers.
Excellent. This is
I
exactly
never
where they
thought I'd
should
hear
be.
this.
Alright. So, first thing. It is time to divine the auguries. Navigator plus 0 Psyniscience, and add your plus chart modifier. I believe you have very fancy charts, don't you?
Yes, indeed. We have. Scroll down here. We have good quality charts.
Okay, so that's a plus 20.
Okay. Plus 20 Psyniscience.
Okay. The auguries are good. There is no warp storm brewing that can be detected.
Good.
Let's see. It is now time to perform rituals to ward off ill tidings. The Tau believe this is a basal superstition, and as such will refuse to partake and impose the negative onto all of you.
Yep, I saw this coming.
Okay.
The negative
thing.
is any navigate warp test that has a 9 in it is automatically a failure.
Excellent.
See, Savin, I was.
Godless
I'm less
humans.
afraid of how tortured the tower gonna be because they're Xenos. I don't really care about them all that much, but they will drag us down with them.
It's fine. Look, I paid a lot of good influence for this navigator. I'm sure everything will be fine.
I have a bad feeling about this.
It's now time to locate the Astronomicon. So you're going from Moab to a relatively nearby world. This is a stable route. It is a plus 20 Psyniscience.
Okay.
All right, so all navigate warp tests will have a plus 10 bonus.
Sweet.
Okay, it is now time to steer the vessel.
It's at a plus 10 bonus, right?
Your overall modifier here will be a plus 20.
Okay. Including the Vigil's thing? Okay, cool. Right, what next?
This was navigate warp. I wanted not to.
Navigate warp. Gonna reroll that.
Yep. Good.
You sure you don't want to? 99?
I'm pretty sure I do in fact want to reroll.
Faceless superstition, they said.
Okay, we're good.
All right. Okay. Snippy. Dear, roll me a d100.
I'm glad you asked.
Oh, don't forget that our warp travel is reduced by 7 days.
Ah, well, fair enough. In that case, yeah, this is going to be the only encounter. It is an etheric reef. Alright, plus 10 Psyniscience test, please. Navigator.
Okay. Do-do-do. That's plus 10. I don't think she gets anything else. Okay.
Right, rift is detected, and now it is a overall plus 40 navigate warp to.
Okay.
Yes, plus 40.
Navigate. Let's see. Nice.
Ah, there's a 9 there.
What?
It's for degrees of success, not a number though. Damn.
Close enough. But no cigar.
Right, the Tau do not get to fuck you completely. Alright, it is now time for the helmsman on each ship to make a roll to just go around that. So, Kira, this is going to be very easy for.
Since we're guiding the Tau ship, do we give them a bonus?
Never mind. They don't need to roll.
Okay, this was painless. But if we didn't have this amazing navigator, this could have gone. Whew.
Yep.
Look, I spent my good influence on this for a reason.
It takes 2 days to make the trip, and you emerge at the stop with the Tau and the Mother of Invention alongside you.
Get dabbed on shitty Tau engines.
Yeah, it's absurdly impressive. Good job. That is probably where we'll be picking up next time.
Sweet.
Where you'll have the chance to perhaps have conversations with Endeavour across those 2 days. And Amy will, well, knowing Amy, she'll probably just get into a sausage sword fight with the Tau.
Just have them line up all their battle suits and take turns trying to kill her and keep failing.
I meant the other sort of sword fights.
I know, but I was trying to save Amy. I know what you meant.
Is there any saving her from herself?
I
mean,
don't know.
Or the Xenos were too far gone.
Alright. So, did you explore a new and interesting location? Not really, not yet. Did you uncover a new truth about the Gothic sector?
I learned a lot about the Tau and their invasion force, thanks to Snippy.
Yep. Did you develop a relationship with an important NPC?
Endeavor.
Yep. And Dory the drone.
Yay! That's the most important NPC.
For me, anyways. God, why does Dory have to be so heretical?
It has a character
Sorry.
sheet now.
I'm gonna warn you your death when it comes.
Did you discover a new page in a PC's story? Yes. Narcie.
Also, Juno is pregnante.
Yes. It's a twofer.
Yep. And you certainly advanced your investigation as you have removed the town from Moab.
Did you roll for sex while I was gone? As it like the sex of the child?
Oh no, I mean it's a fetus. We don't know yet.
Depending on the game, sometimes we just roll at the beginning.
And that's true.
No.
That's what
However,
I
it's not the sex of the child; it's the children.
Children, you say?
Yeah, so don't get impatient.
Juno spent 2 fate points on re-rolling and buying in her toughness test for how many babu. So it's twins. It
Yeah,
could
no.
have. I mean, if I will confirm, Savin, if you had gotten a nat 1, it would have been 1d10 plus 1 children.
Jeez.
Holy fuck.
Mom, no.
The power of the warp overwhelms me. It is a good pain.
I think like 2 children is going to strain Juno quite a bit. Any more than that might actually kill her.
Oh, that sounds like a challenge.
For the Emperor to keep bringing me back as my hips turn into dust, yes.
I didn't hear no bail.
All right. And did you make a sacrifice for the greater good?
Yeah, Endeavor's pride, and we accepted her. Definitely not a surrender, guys. It's fine.
The other greater good, not that greater good.
Yeah, there was a sacrifice made for the greater good, the one that matters.
Listen
I don't
here,
think you guys made that sacrifice.
I mean, sure, we made it for someone else, though.
Yeah, you don't get credit for that.
All right. Well, I had to try. So
it
4
seems
dots.
200 XP.
Sweet.
Yay.
Look, I made my sacrifices last session.
Yep.
32,850.
Yep. All right, I can finally turn into a fucking Human Torch now. Hooray.
What is it for the 4th rank in this skill that you have 2 in? Is it 400 or 600?
For 4th rank, with 2 aptitudes, it's 400. It just goes 1, 2, 3, 4.
Okay.
Which is quite convenient. Feels good. All right, well, if you're watching on the stream or YouTube, thanks for tuning in. That was a lot of fun. And we will see you tomorrow for Savin. Until then, adios and do take care.